equally, Sanjin Pelovanovic deserves to be second favourite with the way he's played throughout the tournament. Skylar Woodward right at the back of the betting. And it says a lot about Shane Van Boening standing in the game that even given his position, he's still as short as 10-1 for the title. Jeremy Jones is alongside me here, and this is some of what we'll be keeping an eye on over on table 2. Albin Ouschan, the defending champion, first up there against Alex Pagulayan. Ouschan against Oy, and then staying on to face Jason Shaw, who in turn will face Woo Kun Lin, and Woo will round out the session against Albin Ouschan. But this is where our focus is going to be on table 1. We'll see Sanchez Ruiz a little later against Pagulayan. We've got the All-American clash between Van Boening and Woodward, who will then stay on to face Oy, and it will be Oy against Pagulayan right at the end of the session. First up, though, is going to be a double helping of Sanjin Pelovanovic. Jeremy, I know you like a flutter every now and then. We looked at the odds there. Anyone in particular grabbing your attention?
Well, I think Albin Ouschan at 9-1. When you talk about a round robin and races to 5, it comes down to one word to me: consistency. And I think the last 8 or 10 years of professional 9-ball pool, he's Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, and we've seen it with this event last year and with the Championship League, which this event grew out of from the year before. Wasn't in the greatest position early on in either of those events, but he turned it round to win the title on those occasions. And he knows where the trophy is, doesn't he? Whenever the big moments come, he's so good at stepping up and delivering.
Yeah, and that's not just here at the Premier League, but that's kind of what he does year-round. He starts out slow in a lot of tournaments and just builds and builds, and has held a lot of titles doing so.
Well, Sanjin Pelovanovic is going to win a lot of titles in the game if he can continue to play the way he has over the first 5 days. And he starts us off in phase 2 against Woo Kun Lin.
Yeah, and I think Woo Kun Lin at 40-1 is an interesting kind of topic. He seems like that consistent as well, and he's had ups and downs here in the event, but if he can continue and continue to get better and play some of those consistent days like he has here so far, he could come from way back in the pack. But you got to figure the players that are down, you know, down the road a little bit on that final 10, they're not only going to have an incredible percentage on wins, but they're going to have to make up some racks as well. Talked to Sanjin this morning a little bit, and he was obviously happy where he's at. He's happy with the break shot. Of course, the way he's playing, he wish he would have slept a little better, he said, but he's a young man and the youngest left in the event, so strength shouldn't be the issue.
Yeah, who needs sleep when you're 21?
Yeah, it's a little different these days, though, I think, than years ago. The players really map out, you know, everything involved in the game, whether it be rest, training, you know, exercise. Of course, the travel schedule's pretty unreal. And a pretty big shot to start here because he's got to work the cue ball back to get on the 2. Type of shot you could bobble, you could get a little quick to start a match. Yeah, nicely struck.
So all the wins from the 15 matches they all played in the first phase carry forward. The 10 players remaining will all play each other between now and tomorrow evening. So that's going to be 9 matches across the 2 days for everyone still involved. And then the top 6 on total wins at the end of tomorrow's play will go through to Monday's climax.
Yeah, and of course you have to play great after the break, but we talked about it yesterday. I think it was you and I that I was thinking about FSR and why he's dominated so much, and I think he's just been better at the break shot than most, and then of course, you know, kind of feeding off of that, and I think Sanjin's done the same thing this week. A little bit of a tricky shot here. He's got to kind of dig into the cue ball a little bit. Watch out for the 9, and he doesn't want to get straight on the rail, so he's got to float this. Nice shot. Alex Pagulayan and Ouschan in game number 1 on table 2. You can see that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Well, however well or poorly he slept, it looks as though he's come back here and is just picking up where he left off last night in that match against Shane van Boening. Played so well, as he has throughout the 5 days, really. I mentioned that he's won 13 of his 15, and that was after losing his first match, so only one defeat in 14 since.
Pelovanovic wins the first rack.
Business as usual as the weekend begins for Sanjin Pelovanovic. He leads Woo Kun Lin 1-0. 4 world champions left in the tournament, and 2 of them playing each other over on table 2. Ouschan and Alex Pagulayan. And they've just finished the first rack there. I'll tell you in a moment who's won that. This has been so impressive from Pelovanovic, the fact that he got into a strong position early on in the week and has continued in that vein.
Second rack.
Even as there was more spotlight and expectation on him.
Yeah, and he's been trending towards an event like this. A lot of great results the last 12 months or so.
Yeah, it was Pagulayan who took the opener against Ouschan on table 2. And that will do very nicely indeed.
I think it's going to feel a little bit more like business now, right, to this final 10. And I think for a few reasons. I mean, of course, all these players, they want to win when they come to events. These are the greatest in the world. But I think for a lot of them, this is the last event, maybe, for a few weeks to get a little break. So I think the adrenaline will set in, and trying to leave what is a heavy schedule with a nice reward. Premier League champion.
Yeah, and speaking of business, everyone who's made it this far is guaranteed a minimum of $4,500. If you get through to the final 6 on Monday, that goes up to $6,250. And the winner of the Premier League will pocket $20,000 from a total prize fund of $100,000.
Yeah, pretty perfect cue ball so far here in rack 2 for Woo Kun Lin. Interesting here, he can play above and between the 6-8. He could easily just come across for short side on the 6 with the 7 hanging. So just got to have nice speed here.
Woo Kun Lin is ranked number 21 in the world. He's climbed 46 places in the standings since the start of 2023, largely because of his run to the World Championship semi-final for the 2nd time in Poland last month.
Looking to go twice across. It's weird, if you overhit it is where the ball might not get there. If you stay clean with the stroke, you should get there pretty easily. dig on the cue ball a little bit here. Just a one real position play right back at the 9.
So high quality stuff to start. And with that break and run, Woo Kun Lin levels at 1 apiece. Table 2, Alex Pagulayan is looking to go 2-0 in front against Alban Ouschan. Pagulayan on 10 wins, so in 5th place going into the weekend. Ouschan just behind on 9 wins, and all through the first phase we were speculating how many matches are you going to need to win to make sure, and when we saw that last year there were 2 players who finished on 6, tying for 10th place in terms of matches won, and then Aloysius Yap missed out on the Rax countback. We figured that 7 would be the mark to get through, and lo and behold, that was exactly what happened. So if we are going to use last year as a bit of a guide, 15 was the total needed at the end of phase 2 to make it through to Monday's play.
Nice shot there from Alex Pagulayan to get in position to take a 2-0 lead. Sanjin to break in game 3. One's going to creep in the corner. Does have a shot on the 2 to a very small pocket with the 3 impeding. And interesting, we talked about how well he's broke the balls, and that was a sweat there. He missed the one in the side in the first rack, did get another ball down and had a break and run. Missed the one in the side here. And now a very difficult shot on the 2.
Alex Pagulayan has now closed out the second rack to lead Alban Ouschan 2-0.
If he was much closer to this, playing to just a portion of the pocket, a lot easier to use a little bit of the rail to kind of run the ball in. But from this distance, he's got to kind of hold the cue ball, so that requires a little more speed. So this has got to be hit much better. That's pure. Now, touchy shot here. He's going to pull this 2 rails, kind of float in between the 8 and 9. Now, I like this position here if he can get there comfortably, just coming 2 rails around the purple. The thing is, if he comes 3 rails for the pink in the upper right, easy to overrun and get a little awkward near the 8.
Extension, please.
May consider going like 3 rails, maybe getting to the back side of the pink for the right middle.
Watch out for the scratch.
Yeah,
it's a great chance for Woo Kun Lin to lead 2-1. And just to say, moments before that happened, we had our first golden break of the weekend over on table 2 for Alex Pagulayan to go 3-0 up now against Alban Ouschan.
Yeah, and that was always going to be touchy with the cue ball. And Alex had 2 last night in a match against Skylar Woodward, so maybe figuring out a way to get a little bit more movement on the 9.
Yeah, there haven't been that many of them this week, golden breaks, when you consider the huge volume of racks of pool that we've seen. He's had 3 in the last 18 hours or so.
Yeah, it's usually SVB we're talking about with the golden breaks. I think he's probably had more than anyone since the break rules changed a little bit. Shane was a little frustrated with the break shot this week and commented last night, I think out of a little like funny disgust that he was going to break head on today. We'll see if that happens.
A saw Shane earlier today sitting with Earl Strickland and Albin Ocean in the hotel, and I thought it's not every day of your life you come down to breakfast and see 3 world champions all sitting together. But they seem to be having a great old chat about old times and great memories.
And you can say a little bit of 3 different eras. I mean, Albin a little bit, of course, the newer era, roughly around 30 years old, I believe, and Shane approaching 40 in a green jacket pretty soon with the Hall of Fame. He may get 2 green jackets for how he's played and how he's going to enter that club.
I think with the weather we've had most of the week in Leicester, you needed a couple of jackets.
Yeah, and then you have Earl Strickland, who has kind of set the bar for those guys.
So the scratch in the side, costly for Pelovanovic. Wu Kunlin leads 2-1.
Fourth rack.
High quality stuff so far, and the scratch in rack 3 from Sanjin Pelovanovic, really the difference between them at the moment. Wu Kunlin cleaned up from there, and he's breaking now at 2-1.
First dry break of the match. So Sanjin, after a mistake with the cue ball in rack number 3, gets a chance to make that up. And I was thinking about Wu, and kind of big match here for him. Of course, they're all big. He's trailing a little bit, but so far what we've seen at the Premier League is how he starts a day is how he finishes it for the most part. So if he can get a good start here, maybe get something rolling again like he did, you know, in our phase 1.
Well, we're now at the stage, of course, where players are playing each other for the second time in the tournament, because all these players have played each other in the first phase. And these two met on Wednesday. Pelovanovic was really finding his stride at that stage. He'd won 5 matches in a row going into it, and he beat Wu 5-1.
Yeah, nice starter there on the 1 ball. Really the biggest shot of the rack. It looks like the 6 does play by the 7. The 5's near. A little thin here on the 2. Just something to pay attention to. The 4 goes in the side, so good chance to tie this match. You got perfect here on the 3, just a little bit of an angle, easy to move the cue ball over for the 4. Alex Pagulayan back at the table with a 3-0 lead, and again, there's going to be, I think anyway, some some players that are going to need to improve their rack differential.
Yeah, absolutely. Could well come down to that in terms of who gets through to the final day. But you look at someone like Pelovanovic, all those wins have helped him build a racks difference of plus 33. It's almost like an extra point. It's so much better than everybody else's.
Yeah, and you were here last year, Michael, and ooh, looked at that one a little longer than he wanted. Wasn't so sure it was down, and I'm not sure what type of rack differential that Josh put together last year with 13 out of 15 wins, but hard pressed to beat the number that Sanjin has put together.
Well, we were talking about this, that equals the record set by Filler last year of first phase wins. And yeah, it might seem a bit strange to be talking about records when this format has only been in place now since last year, but I think we agreed 13 is going to take some topping in the future. The idea that someone could get through against this level of opposition with fewer than 2 defeats seems hard to imagine.
Yeah, just in a few years, the best number through phase 1 is worth talking about, but the main reason it's brought up is it's such an impressive number.
And impressive is also the word to describe what Alex Pagulayan is doing over on table 2. This clash of former world champions with Alban Ouschan. He leads at 4-0 now. Pagulayan will move up to second in the table if he wins that.
A little short of the mark here with the cue ball, so he's got to dig in, draw to the side rail before the side off of a, a little bit of a cut on the 8.
So a dry break from Woo Kun Lin. Sanjin and Pelovanovic did the rest, and we're level again.
Players were a little questionable is what Marcel saw. I didn't really see that as much, but Marcel's the professional out there as the referee. I think he gave a gentle warning because both players were involved.
See if it makes any difference to their approach.
A lot of times it helps the player, really. It improves their break shot with the warning. We saw that with Alex Pagulayan against Filler.
That's right, at the World Championship.
Yeah, and there you go, the one on the side, 2 other balls down. And I don't mind it. I really like seeing it. Obviously Marcel felt very genuine about giving the warning, and I love that it comes early in this final 10, because other players will notice that. They'll make sure of things.
Well, Marcel will be the sort of guy who wouldn't shrink from saying it if he feels it needs to be said. But equally so, he wouldn't say it if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Extremely fair, so efficient, so professional. Can't speak highly enough of him as a referee in both pool and snooker.
And it's one thing, to be on the clock doing your job. But even away from the table, Marcel's always trying to improve. He'll ask players their opinions on things, and he doesn't really want to have a page unturned. Alex Pagulayan with his first mistake, it looks like. He may have snookered himself on the 5 at 4-0. We've seen some crazy comebacks.
Well, Khalid Al-Ghamdi yesterday, 4-0 down to Conrad Yusashin, ended up winning.
And I was thinking about Conrad earlier that, you know, he showed a little more frustration yesterday than we've used to seeing from him, and hopefully he can kind of let that go and get on with it.
Oh, he was seething after the Al-Ghamdi match. Not with anyone else, just with himself for not converting the chance. But responded well, as we were saying earlier, in his later action.
Yeah, an interesting pass on the push out there from Wu, and maybe a good decision. We'll see in a moment. Very thin on the 3 if he has it at all. He's looking at the kick. And what he wants to do here is go to the side rail.
Attention, please.
Now he's looking at a 2-rail kick to the short cushion. But the push out I was talking about, it wasn't easy. But I think what we're seeing with the game is you have to take on the difficult. You can't allow your opponent to execute behind you when you're given the choice. Oh, and then a whiff, trying to maybe do too much there on that really easy kick. At least easy to contact.
We had the look in on table 2 a moment ago. Pagulayan making the error, leaving the 5 on to the side pocket for Albin Ouschan. And it looks as though it's going to cost him the rack. Obviously, it's a big ask for Ouschan to win the match from there. Of course, he'll still believe he can, but you were talking about racks difference, and Ouschan's is one of the lowest of the players left in the tournament, so even if he is to lose that, the margin of defeat could prove very significant. Effectively looking to win the tournament for the 3rd year in a row. Won it as the Championship League in 2021, and although it was a different format, it was the same venue last year, and the Premier League did grow out of the Championship League, so it does feel as though he's going for 3 in a row.
Yeah, well, he's the only one in that position, so we can certainly bring it up, right? And now Albin is one good thing, even though he's trailing 4-1. You know, in those positions, a lot of times there's a mistake or two that cost that deficit, and I didn't really see that, so I don't really see the frustration from Albin like sometimes, you know, he does display. Interesting, he came back with the cue ball there, but still in a good position. A little thick to the pocket, but perfect on the 8.
Last time he led was after the opening rack. Two one down. It's 2 in a row for Sanjin Pelivanovic. The Premier League leader leads the match, 3-2. Albin Ouschan absolutely crunched the break in rack 6 against Alex Pagulayan. 3 balls down, but can only play a safety on the 4 after that, but he's played it nicely, as you can see there.
Yeah, no one in the game really plays percentages any better. I think the last year and a half we've seen FSR play him as well as you can. But the last 7 or 8, 9 years,
Extension
Albin Ouschan's kind of
Rack 6. And then the break.
with the players anyways. Most of them will say that percentage-wise he's at the top. This guy's pretty good at it as well, that being Alex Pagulayan.
Back to the main table. Wu 3-2 down.
And I don't think it hurt his break off either, that warning from Marcel.
I was going to say they've both really got into them the last couple of racks.
Yeah, this overhead right here will tell us if the kiss shot on the 7 is on. I think it is. It's going to be close. That's what he's sizing up. He does have to draw it a little bit, maybe a little left spin to throw the 7 towards the middle. Doesn't want to turn the 3 completely loose, but this does need some speed. And you'll risk the 3 ball to stay aggressive here, trying to keep Sanjin in the chair. Now this shot you got to hit kind of more full and kind of slowly going into the 7. That way the spin really takes. That left English will throw the 7 towards the pocket. And you see how slowly this, oh my, I thought it was going to hang. You saw how slowly the cue ball went to the 7, so thinking well and playing even better.
Ouschan has won another rack against Alex Pagulayan, so back to 4-2 down now. The 2 times world champion.
And even early in these first matches on table 1 and 2, I get a little different feeling than I did the first 5 days.
What do you mean by that, JJ?
Well, I mean, the players were serious all the way through, but they knew they had 15 matches ahead of them. I think they're just maybe a little more focused from one match to the next now in the final 10.
Players are going into the weekend obviously in different positions and can approach it in different ways. Pelovanovic knows he only has to win a very small number of matches to get through to the next phase. Now obviously he wants to get as many wins as possible to carry forward, but he can probably be a bit more relaxed from the start than someone like Woo Kun Lin, who's down in 8th place and really needs to hit the ground running in this second phase. So it'll be interesting to see how those different situations and differences of incentive play out.
Well, it's almost like what we talked about to start the event. Some players look at it like, let me just get in, you know what I mean, to that final 10, and because you play so many matches, who knows what's going to happen with a little luck here and there. But I don't think Sanjin wants to let off the gas much and change any mentality that he's carried in so far. A little awkward here, a little flat to move it 2 rails, not terrible. Not a ton of angle to draw 1 rail across, so you got to think he's going to the top of the table with the cue ball. A little bit of draw stun.
Okay.
He just went with top English. Well, this is going to get a little further away from the 8 than I expected. Good thing he doesn't really have to do much with the cue ball. And Alex Pagulayan in a great position to finish that match.
Yeah, he had a really good break. Landed nicely on the 2. He's on the 3 now, so he's been playing. You would fancy him to finish it out at 5-2 against Ouschan.
Okay.
Very surprised that ball fell. Hit a little crudely to the pocket and had speed.
Yeah, just a slight mini twist at the end of the rack, but Woo Kun Lin has got it done, and he's level again at 3-all. Just going to see this one finish out, presumably, in the next few moments.
Yeah, he just wants to carry above the 6 to the center of the table-ish, towards the center, not that far, of course, but definitely wants an angle. Could have used a little more there, though. So here you make a little more decision. How much do I want to get out of the cue ball here, or do I just work a little harder on the 7?
Pagulayan closing in on moving up to second in the table. He'll join Naoki Oi on 11 wins, 2 behind Pelovanovic. But on the racks difference, move ahead of the man from Japan.
Oh my. Ooh.
Always assuming balls like that drop.
Yeah, we almost did it to him there. Commentator's curse is a real deal thing.
Extension called.
So Alex Pagulayan is going to be our first winner of the weekend. He begins phase 2 by winning 5-2 against Albin Ouschan. Lin has just had his second break and run of the match to level once again against the Premier League leader Sanjin Pelovanovic. It's 3-all.
Yeah, I think the warning has definitely helped the break shot for both players. Again, the one on the side, much more of what we've seen from Sanjin in the first 5 days.
Yeah, it was early on in the match. Marcel Eckars had a word with both players at the softness or otherwise of the break. It's left to the referee's discretion, Jeremy, to make a call like that. Is there any way that it could be enshrined in the rules? Is there any measure you could impose, maybe the number of balls that hit rails, although that would obviously be very hard to keep track of?
Yeah, I think the only way is maybe some type of, you know, miles per hour gun, right? But you're playing a cut break. Some of the technology they use for that is I think much different. So not saying it's not good, but I think there are some variables involved with that. So I think the players are in a good spot to where they understand it. And if they pay attention, it's usually a favor of the warning. So, and it seems pretty true so far. Oh, nice shot there. He dug on it actually more than he expected.
Well, we've got company in the box. Alex Pagulayan has come in after his win over Albin Ouschan. Well done, Alex. How did you feel you played in that? Seemed to be pretty good.
Hi guys. Yeah, I played pretty good. I broke really well. I got good looks every break, so I'm very fortunate. And
Extension, please.
Albin, on the other hand, I couldn't get a shot after the break. He broke good too, but he just couldn't get a shot.
You broke very well in, I think it was rack 3, golden break. You've had a few of those over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I've been having good luck on that break. I'm just going to ride the wave.
I was going to ask, you're going to bed with that golden break, it seems like. And that's one thing I do like about the new break rule, too. We get a little action on the 9 here and there. The 9's not always right on the spot, right?
Right. Yeah, I like the rules. But, you know, hindsight, I mean, like, how do you determine the soft and hard break anyway?
Yeah, we were just discussing that, yeah.
Well, I think we have great referees that, you know, aren't trying to give a borderline call.
Yeah.
It's maybe something they see from a player on more than one occasion, because it's just like any other sport. I mean, you could try to break them hard, and, you know, just like you mess up on a regular shot, you might desail into it. You might do a number of things that make it look a little soft for one or two instances. But I think Marcel and Des are very good at their job, so we'll leave it in their hands.
Agreed.
Overall standard has been pretty good in this match, you'd have to say, and Pelovanovic is set to maintain it here. Everyone's been wondering how to beat this guy, Alex, but you figured it out. In fact, in the last 14 matches he's played, the only player to beat him was you. What have you made of Pelovanovic this week?
I can't even remember that did I beat him? I can't even remember.
You beat him on Thursday. I know it's hard to keep up with so many matches.
Yeah, we played so many matches. I played 15 for 5 days. I guess I did beat him, huh?
Yeah. Well, FSR is next for you. Any thoughts there?
Oh, I'm just gonna stick with my game plan and just try as hard as I can, and whatever the outcome is the outcome.
Well, we're going to see you twice on the main table in this session, because we'll also see you against Naoki Oi a little later. So thanks for dropping in to talk to us, and we'll let you go and prepare for your next match. And well done today.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Always
Yeah,
a
and
pleasure.
good luck.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Meanwhile, back here, Sanjin Pelovanovic has finished it out and leads 4-3 now. A chance to stretch his winning sequence to 6 matches. He did win 8 in a row earlier in the week. Before that was ended by Alex, even if he can't quite remember it. It's not surprising at all. So many matches come thick and fast here. So 4-3 down, Wu breaks. Oh, and breaks in golden style. Well, we were just talking to the golden break maestro of this tournament over the last couple of days, Alex Pagulayan.
Yeah, a couple kisses there on the 9, one from the cue ball, the other from the green 6 to find the middle, and here we are at 4-4. We're going to see a lot of that, I think, over the next 2 days. A lot of 5-4 matches.
Always must be hard to take. You look at Pelovanovic and how much he pours into every shot and how hard he had to work to win the previous rack. And then one shot later, his lead is already wiped out. But significantly, Pelovanovic does have the break in the deciding rack. It's our first hill-hill finish of the weekend.
I think he does have a play on the 3. It's close. Definitely can see it, but can he get to the right side of it to pocket the 3? I think he caught those a little thin on the 1. Did see the 1 in the corner with 2 other balls falling. 6-7 is a funny one, and we rarely ever see a break and run hill-hill. I know we bring it up a lot, but it just seems to hardly ever happen. It looks like he can kind of spin this with right English. Kind of bank the bank the 3-2 rails towards the middle of the top rail. And then just kind of stun the cue ball also to the middle of the bottom rail. Real kind of calm safety here. Just let the 3 kind of go up table. Yeah, like that. He didn't get what he wanted. He may leave some kind of kiss shot here, and I think he has on the 7. Even though the cue ball's pinned to the rail. It's got to hit the 3 thin, but I think it is there. The problem is it's a very full hit on the 7.
Extension, please.
So you're not going to want to put a lot of speed where the 3 kind of comes back down on this end of the table. So this is going to have to be hit fairly lightly. Cue ball should rest near the top rail, maybe some type of shot on the 3 in the left side if he makes the 7. And maybe putting a little more focus on the 7 than the following shot on the 3, and really can't blame him. Was almost 9 feet away from this shot. Hard to just slow roll it.
Conrad Yusashin has won the opener against Naoki Oi on table 2. Oi, though, has ball in hand in the next rack and will expect to level from there.
And he's going to fluke this twice in the side. He's going to get perfect on the purple 5 in the same side. It goes back to one of my favorite sayings, fortune favors the brave. I'll tell you, on that replay, you could look at Sanjin, right, in the background and how he reacted to that fluke. And what you could say, a pretty big moment here at Hill Hill in the first match of phase 2, and maybe why he did so well in this round robin. Of course, he didn't like it, but really didn't show a ton of emotion behind it.
Pelovanovic was first to the hill at 4-3. Wu had the golden break to level. Pelovanovic potted 3 balls off the break in this deciding rack, but it didn't get him anywhere. And with a little bit of good fortune helping him along the way, Wu Kunlin has got the win.
And the match.
It's only the 3rd defeat for Sanjin Pelovanovic in his first 16 matches of this tournament, but he does start phase 2 on a losing note. Wu Kunlin with a really significant victory by 5 racks to 4. Pelovanovic will be staying on to play Shane van Boening. We'll have that for you in about 5 minutes' time. Hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promotion. tournament. The major's in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage down. Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Not many players have managed to beat Sanjin Pelivanovic so far in this Premier League, but with the help of a golden break and then a little bit of good fortune in the decider, Wu Kunlin has managed to do so. He's beaten the league leader by 5 racks to 4. Wu now moves on to 9 wins, stays in 8th place in the table. Pelivanovic remains out in front, just his 3rd defeat in his 16 matches. And Alex Pagulayan, as you can see there, after his win over Alban Ocean, has moved ahead of Naoyuki Oi on racks difference and into 2nd place. Oi currently in action over on table 2 against Konrad Ouschan of Poland, who's currently 5th in the table. And Ouschan is leading at the moment by 2 racks to 1. First of back-to-back matches on there for him. He'll be playing Jason Shaw a little later, and then Shaw will be the first of Wu Kunlin's 2 consecutive opponents there, the second of which will be Alban Ocean. And on table 1, We're going to have the world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz shortly. We've got a double helping of Naoki Oi coming up later. But next up, it's Shane van Boening and Sanjin Pelovanovic.
Thanks, guys. All the best.
And the player from Bosnia and Herzegovina won when these two met last night by 5 racks to 2 and played very well, Jeremy, in a match that we were commentating on.
Yeah, and always interesting to watch Shane lag. He pulls the cue ball towards the corner and doesn't hit the ball straight up and down the table. Hits it with a little angle. There's got to be some purpose there. I never really asked him about it. Well, Shane, he knows he has to do something serious here in phase 2, and it's got to start right here. I have to pick at him a little bit after this match. Like I said earlier, he said in a little frustration he was going to break head on. Well, that wasn't the case here in the opening break. We'll see if he wants to come with a little inside English. He could just lay up for the 3 in the corner.
Van Boening, in case you're new to the game, we can tell you is one of the greatest there's ever been. He's had huge success in the game, most notably 5 US Opens, joint record with Earl Strickland. He had never been world champion until just under a year ago. He finally got that ticked off by beating the previous champion, Alex Pagulayan, in the final in Milton Keynes.
And got a little awkward here on the 6. He's going to have to play the 7 in the side, and I don't think he's going to get a ton out of the cue ball here. So he's going to have to make a bit of a shot on the brown 7. And there's all kinds of arguments, who's the greatest ever, and all kinds of sports from different eras. And anyone that picks Shane as the greatest ever, no one can really say they're wrong. May just say that's your opinion, but you definitely couldn't count him out of that conversation. Great player from the States. I saw Buddy Hall, someone posted his lifetime achievements. It was a long list, but I kind of started to think what Shane's would look like. And Buddy was a great player and a guy that had a big influence on my game, but I kind of feel like Shane's might be double the size.
Needs a big weekend here.
First rack.
At least he's taken a good first step. Break and run in the opening rack for Shane van Boening. Yeah, so he's got 7 wins to carry forward. Now, as we've said, it took 15 to make it through to the final 6 last year. It could go a bit lower than that, but it's hard to see it being much lower than 14, and that would mean he'd have to win 7 out of his 9 matches, but wouldn't be many players capable of that. He's certainly one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the more or the better it starts, the more he's going to stay motivated to do so. And
second rack.
We'll see how this match plays out. Sanjin has a little room for error here to start this final 10, but he hasn't lost 2 in a row yet, and he certainly doesn't want to start with it now. Cue ball getting kissed to the top rail. He's going to have to make one heck of a shot to start rack 2. Position not too tough. The main concern is where do I get on the 3 to get on the 4 after pocketing a very difficult 2 ball. Key to this shot is don't let up. You're not going to hit it real hard, but it's easy to baby it a touch and not get clean contact on the 2-ball. That was center cut, Michael.
Yeah, excellent cueing from Pelovanovic, someone who's been known within pool circles from a very early age. Even more so since he got to a Euro Tour final all the way back in 2017. Remarkable to think he's been around that long. And he's only 21. He was World Junior Champion that same year, beat Robbie Capito comfortably in the final in Moscow. Came within a whisker of winning the gold in the 9-ball at the European Championships 2 years ago. Lost out to Joshua Filler, but did win 10-ball gold last year.
Yeah, was a half a step away. Did not stun the ball correctly there. And that's the shot I was talking about yesterday. Very difficult to control that stun when you want to go forward, but not too much. Looks like he's going to try and pinch the cue ball up on the 7. He decided not to really draw it. So Shane has a pretty doable kick shot cross to the long rail. Don't see him really doing anything else here.
Extension, please.
Nothing to it, Michael. We're going to see a fun one here. He has a little angle, which I hope he does, so we can see him kind of power this ball. Otherwise, he's got to slow roll it, take a real mean 7-ball from some distance.
At a much more advanced stage over on table 2, and it's close going. Naoki Oi currently at the table, 3-2 down against Konrad Yushashin. Well, it was a tough one on the 5. Van Boening missed it, left the chance, and it looks as though it's going to be level pegging. Talked a lot about what all this is doing for the confidence of Sanjin Pelovanovic. All these wins he's racked up against such good players. If he could beat Shane Van Boening on consecutive days, even in races to 5, that would certainly boost him further in that regard. And he's drawn level here in the early stages of this contest at 1 each. Yushashin is now back at the table in the other match. We can have a look in there now, looking to get to the hill against Naoki Oi. Yushashin, who made such a great start to the first phase, won all of his first 4 matches, and then he struggled to find another win after that. In the end, got through safely.
Third rack, 1 rack each.
Yeah, I'm not sure any player had more kind of up and down matches, right? Big swings during these races of 5, which you can go sometime without seeing. Shane unloading on the rack, leaving nothing behind. Now he may go for, well, the 4 doesn't really have a pocket. I was going to say may go for a cross corner bank here, trying to hold the cue ball behind the 9, kind of a two-way shot, but you want to shoot that when position is offered some type of reward, and that's not the case with the 6-ball kind of covering the corner pocket up there for the pink 4. So probably just a delicate safety here.
Extension, please.
Well, he's hitting a high ball. So I'm not sure what he's playing here. He played the side, so he's going to attack on this combination. This is the type you can play rail first if you want. The key to the rail first is, again, don't slow roll it too much. Put a little speed on it. Just like that. Kind of makes the pocket a little bigger.
Conrad Ouschan now leads Naoki Oi 4-2. The pole looking to get to 10 wins.
Yeah, in very tidy position, knowing that both those balls may fall.
Now every rack so far has gone to the breaking player, and that's why Shane van Boening leads Sanjin Ouschan 2-1. Shane van Boening was beaten by Sanjin Ouschan in his last match of the first phase, and here he is facing him again in his first match of phase 2. Ouschan has already played one today and lost in a hill-hill finish to Woo Kun Lin, and he's trailing 2-1 as he breaks in the 4th rack.
Foul.
Yeah, it looked like he feathered the cue ball.
Can I see it on replay, please?
No, we can't check that. I've checked it. I walked on side and I checked it, Sanjin. It was not in the break box. Foul shot, ball in hand.
So I'm guessing that was the only thing. Yeah, a little feather of the cue ball there.
Well,
Sanjin, that's unsporting. I give you a warning for that one.
Okay.
I walked on. Sanjin, just hang on a second. First of all, there's no timeout. There's just toilet. I walked on side, checked the ball was clear.
Can I go toilet, please?
You can go toilet. I'm not stopping you from that. But that's conceding. I'll give you a warning for that. And if I have to warn you again, you're gonna.
One more point. No problem.
Well, did Marcel not say to him it wasn't in the break box?
To begin with, you mean? Before he struck the balls?
Well, that was the only thing I heard from the initial exchange.
Okay, well, it wasn't feathering the cue ball then. He was, I guess, not in the break box?
He conceded that one, yeah.
Okay, so what seems to have happened after that then is that Ouschan has conceded the rack. He's been given a warning for unsporting behavior for doing that. Then he wanted to take a timeout. He was told when you can't take a timeout, you can only leave if you're using the bathroom. So then he asked to do that. That's where we're at in this one.
Kind of Can you
Yeah, and
just-
I'm sure we'll
can you
get a
just walk
full
up and fetch
explanation
Brendan,
at
please?
some point or another, but
Quickly fetch Brendan from upset, please.
I think what Marcel was saying is mainly let me finish what I'm saying to you before you take your time out.
Okay, and it seems now that the tournament director, Brendan Moore from Sheffield, is being summoned. So that would suggest to me, although we can't say for certain, that Sanjin is challenging something or some dispute is going on.
Maybe. It could be something like, you know, Brendan going out to maybe calm the situation a little bit.
Ouschan wins the match, 5 racks to 2.
Maybe explain a little bit more to Sanjin
I'll find out for you, I'm not sure.
during this. Ouschan has completed the win at 5-2 over Naoki Oi.
Conrad on for the next match, please. Switching.
Yeah, and that's very useful win for Ouschan. He had 9 wins out of 15 in the first phase. That gets him on to 10. So he's only 1 behind second place now, if you want to look at it that way.
And you hate to see the frustration of the concession. That's the thing that bothers me the most. We've all fouled the ball in all kinds of ways. I probably did it in a more crazy way than anyone, but the concession of the rack and the frustration set in early for Sanjin, and especially after a loss where he's still in a great position. So
Yeah, and you look at how hard he's worked. He puts so much into everything, pours his heart into every ball, and it's got him into a good position. And then to just throw away a rack like that needlessly is just flying in the face of all that work. So there's the table. Ouschan, as I've said, now moves on to 10. And he's going to be staying on that table to play Jason Shaw, who's also on 10 but hasn't yet played a match in this phase. Pelovanovic, top of the table on 13. But if he wants to stay there, he's going to have to calm himself down. And one thing's for sure, there's going to be a bit of tension out there for the rest of this match, which Van Boening, without playing a shot at this rack, now leads 3-1.
yeah, and that, you know, Shane doesn't want to see anything unfortunate, but he's the type of person to where if he smells look how far the cue ball's back for Shane. He's making sure, right?
Yeah.
But he's the type of player, and why he's so great is when he smells a little something you may label weakness, he's there to pounce.
That's what you got to do. Explain to us then, what exactly is the ruling? Because we know in so many sports lines are involved, and in some sports it's like, well, on the line is acceptable. In other sports, like football, for example, the whole ball has to be over the whole line in certain instances. So what exactly is the ruling for where the cue ball has to be positioned?
Most events it has to be completely behind. Now, rules have changed in our sport quite often at times, for many good reasons. I think sometimes a bit too much. One thing that I love that Matchroom has done is not just making rules for what they think is right, but they've gone with the players and really
to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Welcome back to the final 10 players. Only the strong survive here at the Premier League pool. SVB for Sanjin Perlovanovic. Sanjin is our league leader. This match was not without controversy. SVB takes it 5-4. We're going to hear from him. He's with Michael McMullen.
When it goes hill-hill, you really want to be the one breaking in the deciding rack, and you make great use of it there.
Yeah, I mean, I got a shot on the 3-ball and then I ran off, so they're pretty fortunate.
What do you make of your position in the league then, Shane? You've come in 10th place. You need to win nearly all of your matches. So how are you feeling about the challenge of that?
I mean, I'm trying the best I can do. You know, race of 5, you know, it's, you can't really make any mistakes. So you just got to grind it out and try the best you can.
We had an unusual incident in the match there in the 4th rack between Sanjin and Marcel. What did you make of all that looking on?
I guess, you know, he was too far above the head string and, you know, the referee called a foul. So if he sees it, then it's a foul.
It's the sort of thing a less experienced player might be a bit thrown by, but you've seen everything in the game, haven't you? It's not going to distract you in any way, something like that?
No. Just, you got to take one game at a time and do the best you can do.
Well, you're off and running in phase 2. We'll see you again later.
Yeah, thank you.
Always good to hear from the 5-time US Open champ. This is our current standings. Pelovanovic has now lost 4. Kind of expected this though. Obviously these 10 players that you see on your screens, these are the top 10 players here this week. SVB has got a game in hand over the leader, but it's all about making the top 6 now. The top 6 will advance. We will lose the bottom 4. Plenty of action though. I expect lots of close matches over the next 2 days. This is table 2 order of play. They are flying through that table. Jason Shaw's just lost 5-2 to Ouschan. He stays on the table to play Woo Kun Lin. Woo Kun Lin back-to-back matches. So 2 big games there for Woo Kun Lin. And this is the main table. This is the table we will be watching. As I just said, close matches all over the board. 5-4, 5-4. Up next, World Nineball champ against the Lion, Alex Pagulayan. Pagulayan hitting some form within the last 6 months. Then the battle of the 2 Americans. And then we'll finish off with a Naoki Oi double. I'm joined for the next 2 matches with my good buddy, Alex Laley, former Mosconi Cup captain, former World Pool Masters champion, all-round sporting legend.
No, we're here, we're ready, stage 2. And already a new vibe. Sanjin Pelovanovic, untouchable in stage 1, losing 2 matches early on the day. Ouschan really kicking it off, 2 wins, he's now 2nd in the table, and he's playing 5 matches today. So everyone plays 9 matches. One day they'll play 4, one day they'll play 5. And he's kicking it off nicely, Ouschan.
Yeah, it's so easy to say this event suits certain players, but Ouschan, it really stacks up for him, this event, because he gets on with it. Short matches, plenty of action. Great player to watch.
Sanchez Ruiz to break.
Yeah, my idea still stands. A 15-second shot clock 9-ball tournament. For the speedy players out there.
Yeah, well, we use 30-second shot clock in all our events. 1 extension per rack. And as always, Sanchez makes the ball in the side. How consistent is Sanchez at doing this? It's not an easy break. I know it looks easy, but time and time again he gets the 1 ball in the side pocket and he stays at the table, and just look at the split he has got here.
And I want to mention, if that cue ball crashes onto the low side of the 9-ball or another ball, it doesn't go down table further, it's held by backspin on the ball. Trick that he executes better than anyone out there. Sweating the detail, checking the exact angle on the 4. I think I would like to get to that second rail. Better like this, actually. Sort of an instinct to get to the rail and out for players. Not all. Would be my instinct, but takes you way further from your next ball. Little headbutt, wasn't happy there.
Yeah, wanted to come a little lower the cue ball. Now he might have to run there. You can see the angle he's faced with there. He could maybe still hold this, couldn't he, Alex, and play a little drag shot, but looks like he's going to rip it off the rail and back out. And what a mistake this is!
Yeah, that's a big mistake, considering the layout he had after the break. I've been going on about FSR's ability to work and manage his own rhythm. When a little slower, when a little quicker. It's not clicking yet on day 6 of the PLP.
Extension, please.
Yeah, he could have rolled the cue ball through there, especially where the 8 ball was. Just left a little thinner one on the 8, and he would have been okay. Oh, a poor shot selection there from the Spaniard. Pagulayan sits at 3rd on the table. He's played 16 matches. He's on 11 points. This needs to be hit well, and that is not good at all. He has missed that by a week.
Yeah, big miss. Looked stiff there on his delivery. He always has trouble staying still on his shots, Pagulayan. He's very compact, short backswing. That catches up with him at times. FSR knows he needs to capitalize here. Can't allow 2 mistakes in 1 rack and then hope to get away with it.
Sanchez Ruiz wins the first rack.
Yeah, so for the second time of asking in the opening rack, Ruiz gets over the line. Marcel's just having a little look where Sanchez has walked off to. This is table 2. Shaw's off to a flyer. Shaw's playing back-to-back matches here.
Back to Jason.
And he lost his previous match to Conrad. Conrad now up to 2nd.
Alex Pagulayan the break.
The league table. Jason Shaw sits at the 6th spot. That is the breakaway point.
Reading won the
top 6 advance.
Yeah, I'm thinking about snooker, where they say a 2-session match or a final. You cannot win it in the first session, but you can lose it. A player can lose on day 1. If someone has a nightmare of a day 1, the way the format is set up and the quality of the field of the remaining players, it's asking a lot going into day 7 of this tournament tomorrow, and then hoping you would win 4 out of 5. You really have to stay in it today. Little room between the 4 and the side pocket. These maybe going behind the 4 to the rail. Needs a clean stroke here on the 3 ball. Maybe trace of inside spin. If he's going forward. But he's holding the cue ball, it seems like.
Won his first match, Pagulayan, of the day, so there's no real signs that he should be a little edgy or a little jumpy. I mean, it's not like it's his first game today.
It does give that impression a wee bit.
Extension, please.
Not at ease. But that's it. If you're playing so many matches, like physically, how you feel, your blood sugar level, your concentration, it's all volatile. It'll go up, it'll go down. You'll have good patches, bad patches. I know that around 3-4 in the afternoon, I'm no good.
That's the time we may have a game then, Alex, if that's telling us. Why would you be no good at that time?
It's my biorhythm. Don't know. Even if I, you know, playing a tournament, if I would stay away from a big lunch or carbohydrates, I still get that dip.
Yeah, that's nice. You know, it looks very simple, but just the fact that he comes past the potting line of the brown 7 just makes life easy to get on the 9 for Alex.
Visible there how ultra compact his backswing is. The backswing is like loading the gun. You prepare what you want to execute, and he does just about enough. A run out for Pagulayan. Backs one back after that big miss on the 7 in the opening rack.
Skylar Woodward sits at 10th. He's not played a match yet. He's on 7 points. So just to give you a perspective, Jason Shaw sits at 6th, the breakaway on 10 points. So he needs wins. He will know that, but he's more than capable of going on a mad one. That's his style of play. He did well to qualify in the end because it was scary times for Skylar for a few days. Table 2 action, Shaw's off to a flyer. 3-0 over Wu Kun Lin.
Sanchez Ruiz to break.
And Wu Kun Lin is just 1 point behind Shaw, so it's a neat little match over there. You can watch that on the Matchroom Multi-Sport YouTube channel. Just like all week. Ruiz to break.
Mamma mia. Look at that.
Tough to fade, Alex, when your opponent's breaking and running. I know he didn't get the break and run in the opener, but you know he should have done. He had a shot on the lowest ball, and he's got a shot on the lowest ball again.
Layouts like these over the whole day, over the whole week, he's supposed to run out 8 out of 10.
Even though the long days, back to back.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, good point. That can sabotage your concentration. And that's actually the challenge that these guys are faced with. They're missing shots. They have made mistakes that normally they would not because of the format, the grueling format. And they have to deal with it. A miss on 4-4, a match lost, and then, you know, another wait, 90 minutes wait, trying to get yourself back in a positive frame of mind. I spoke to Justin this morning. He said, it's a brutal tournament, but I love it. The best tournament I've ever played in. And actually, you can tell that he's enjoying himself out there. That's the whole trick.
Yeah, well, it's easy to say when you sat second in the league, I suppose, but you know, the fact that, you know, you can play some tournaments and you feel like you've not done much wrong and you get beat, you're on your way home. The fact here is you're getting a lot of matches. So there's no real excuses. I feel the top 10 that made it today, 6, would have been in many people's eyes the 10 if you'd have picked.
It's a little bit like trick shots. You've done trick shots. I don't know if you ever did it on television. Like in a normal match, there's pressure. But when you miss, you sit down, everyone watches the other guy. But in trick shots, if you miss, the show goes on. And the eyes are still on you. And that's the same thing here. You might play a horror match, miss a terrible shot, and then 30 minutes later, you're on again.
Okay. No one ever did do a trick shot tournament. I do vaguely remember seeing you do one though, now you mention it. Did you win?
Listen, it paid the bills, but I never really managed to enjoy it.
Class. Also, what has been class has been Sanchez Ruiz over the last 14 months, the best pool player on the planet, as he takes a 2-1 lead over Alex Pagulayan.
Full frag.
Pagulayan breaking, he has lost the leg and the way. FSR is breaking. Chances are high that he'll keep on trailing the Spaniard in this match. Or trailing, chasing.
Cue ball has been moved quite far. Oh, I mean, the fact that the players have played so much this week is definitely proving to be the case why the one keeps going in the side. If we watch like one of the big open events, Alex, you know, players, they're not that dialed in with the break. Yeah, they can make it, but it's not as consistent as this. This is special.
He can bank the 2-ball past the 6. Crawl with the cue ball closer to the 6. My guess is that his angle was a little harder than what I thought it was, because he played the shot with inside, trying to manipulate that 2-ball exit. Made the shot harder. Woo Kun Lin was trailing 3-0.
Yeah, Jason Shaw was 3 up in rack 4. He took a gamble to break out the balls, was really unlucky and scratched, and this has been the reply from Woo Kun Lin. This 9-ball for 3-2, and it is, so
Woo Kun Lin wins the rack.
It's going to be a tight finish. I think Sanchez is going behind this. Yeah, he's playing the kick, trying to get the cue ball near the 5. What a beauty.
Yeah, nice hit. And I'm looking at the playing sheet for today. You can also find that on the Matchroom Pool website. Jason Shaw is playing 5 matches today, 3 matches tonight. He'll play SVB, he'll play Nayuki Oi and Sanjin Pagulayan. So, what I'm thinking about, speculating, if Woo Kun Lin would steal this match from a 3-0 deficit, that would hurt Shaw mentally. So that's what we will be looking for. How will players respond after some hardship?
Yeah, Alex knows he's left this, but he also knows cue ball's tight on the rail. There's distance. You're not guaranteed to pot this ball.
Would you make FSR favourite here?
Yeah, I mean, I would make him favourite. I don't know how much of a favourite, but he's got to be favourite. Just because the 2 ball's going to go towards that corner, isn't it? But it can be missed. If he fires it into the left rail at the pace he's got to play it, it could wobble. Well, look at this. He didn't even try and get on the 3, Alex. That's incredible. Why has he not played that hard and just come out for the 3? Baffled. If you're going to take the pot on, don't you get on the 3?
Yeah. Nice natural angle on the 3 ball. Swing it round, 3 rails. And then decide if he wants to end low on the 4 or high. It's easier to end up low. Then he would just unleash the shot.
Needs a bounce off the back rail. It's probably a hair thinner than he would have liked. May have to play this with a bit of left and try and kill the cue ball. It looks like he's aiming high, so he's obviously okay. Maybe going off 3 rails. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and it's a little short.
Oh, and this is 3 rails as well, I think. Long, long, long.
Yeah, when we say long rail in the game of Nineball, we mean the two rails to the right and the left of the table. That's what we call the long rail. And then when we say short rail, we mean the top and the bottom.
It's funny, if you talk with 3 cushion players about a shot selection, it sounds like Morse code. They say long, long, short, short, long, long.
Yeah, he's done well there, really, because the opening shot, he just lost the cue ball a little bit, but a couple of, well, certainly the 5 ball was a beauty. And now he's back in good position here to tie the match up.
Yeah, and was his break. He's working hard to retain his break because he's not getting the positions that FSR is getting.
Yeah, he wanted the cue ball a little higher, just because you'd play a stop shot. Now he's got to come off the rail. Still fine,
but he's looking better, right? Physically. Doesn't look so, well, nervy, bit cramped, as he did in the beginning.
Alex Pagulayan wins the rack.
2-2 over on table 2. Eagle Eye Jason Shaw was 3 up. This is where we're at now. Woo Kun Lin to tie the match up. Shaw lost the opener to Conrad.
Conrad wins the rack.
He's playing back-to-back matches, so this is his 2nd match on the spin, and he's going to be going through the motions a little bit now.
I think it's possible. I don't know if I want to see it, but I do think I do. It's possible that we see one or more of the players lose it. Like go in give-up mode if they lose 1-2 matches.
Yeah, well, we've already started the day 6 with some controversy. Sanjin and broke off against SVB. Marcel, the man who's just taking the rack off now, called a foul because the cue ball wasn't in the box. Sanjin lost the plot, give him the rack, told him to give him another one, walked out the arena, and in the end he did well to compose himself and force the hill rack, but it was SVB who absolutely thumped the decider and won the rack.
Yeah, that's a sight to behold. SVB breaking. He's up next against Skylar Woodward. Tied to the side, this 2 ball.
Yeah, but it's another break, Alex, where he's got a shot and there's no clusters. Look at the balls.
He missed a 7 to the side pocket in the opening rack. He still isn't decided.
Attention, please.
To the side pocket or to the corner. Side is a stop shot. Corner will eat the ball. meaning he can hit it not pure, and the 2 will go in off of the long rail if his speed is smooth enough. Not too hard. A shot that's easier on a TV table. You don't have to strike it hard to bring that backspin all the way to the 4-ball.
Jason Shaw's going to win rack 7 over there. So he won the opening 3, he lost the next, so it's now 4-3. Shaw leads.
Workmanlike approach from Sanchez. No bounce in his step. No first hunch decisions. Ended up on the wrong side of the 7. Now assessing if he likes the 8-ball with a 30-degree angle. He's all right. I think with, yeah, from there he can hold the cue ball.
Yeah, but it was like the opening rack where he could have done a similar thing, took his meds, and he decided not to. So maybe he thought back to the opener and thought, don't be silly, don't be trying any mad shots, just take me meds and back myself to pot the 8. The 8's going in such a big pocket at this angle anyway.
Whizzed it in. Clean pot on the 8. Another break and run for FSR. Boy, isn't it nice to play 9-ball if you have a break like that to fall back upon.
Yeah, not just the break, Alex, it's the fact that he's been the best 9-ball pool player in the world. You know, just look at what he's won. He holds the World 9-ball Championships, he's the US Open 9-ball champion. He won the World Cup of Pool with his best friend David Al-Qaidi.
World 8-ball champion.
Yes, but they are different disciplines. In the sense of, this is the game he's had all the success at, so he's got the breakdown. He feels like he's going to get a shot after the break.
Extension code.
Yeah, that was table 2. That's the shot Wu Kunlin is faced with. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, he's good. Cue ball sits up. 5-ball needs to hold up. He's on a shot. Does he have a clear route around the 8-ball? Sweet. Yeah. Checking to be sure. Stop shot will be good. He'll have an angle on that 5.
Just 2 balls remain for the Scotsman. He was 3 up. Wu Kunlin tied it back to 3 apiece, but Shaw wins the point. 5-3 win. That puts Jason on 11 points with another 3 players.
He does well. Alex Pagulayan keeps responding. This rack easier than the previous ones. Had a good position after the break. And in so doing, puts pressure on FSR. Good out by Pagulayan to level the scores once again. 3 each.
Alex Pagulayan.
Let's see if FSR can do the same thing. Pull his trick again in rec 7.
Welcome back to the action. We're joined with Eagle Eye, who's just won his first point of the day. Jason, welcome.
First point in 2 days.
Well done. Well, you're still doing all right. You're up to 4th.
Oh, great.
11 wins from 17.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm going for everything. No more safeties.
Yeah, when Jason sat down, he decided he's going to go for every single shot. He's going to play attacking pool, so don't miss it. No safeties from short.
And I think SVB has adopted the same style, so that's going to be a nice match tonight. First match of the evening session.
We left together last night and we decided we're just going to go for everything.
Okay, so first one of you two to play safe tonight is buying drinks for the house.
Well,
yeah?
we're going to go for everything, but there's some shots where, you know, a couple of shots where you cannot go for it unless you just really want to get the balls moving. Then, but I'm sure that there'll be a couple of shots like that where I'll be getting the balls moving.
Well, to be honest, I think Shane's built his game around that anyway, so I don't think he's changing anything, is he, Alex?
Well, I think he's playing ultra aggressive, as is Shaw.
Yeah, I've decided after my match yesterday, I played a great safety and the guy jumped it in full length for the table and draw it back and get shape, and I thought, okay, that's me, I'm done. So I'm going to go for everything. If I have to play safe and it's critical that I have to, then I will. But if it's halfway cut, I'm going for it.
But if you're going to be playing safe, you'll grind your teeth, you'll moan.
You'll see me go for the shot, and then I'll be like, oh, hold back, don't do it. But yeah, just it's so short. You play like a couple of safeties and the guy kicks or jumps, and then all of a sudden you're thinking, well, why didn't I go for it?
Well, it's the same race as the Mosconi Cup. You've had a lot of success there. You've played many safeties in the Mosconi.
Yeah, but he's playing 5 matches today.
I don't blame you. I think you should unleash more attacking mode. Obviously, he's such a natural player. You've got all the shots in the locker, so why not throw your arm at a few?
Yeah, like in that match there, I'm up 3-0. I've played the 4-ball on the side, split the 6 and the 7 up, and come off the top rail and scratched on the side.
Yeah, we didn't see that, but I was watching.
It was sick.
Unlucky, but you know, nothing much you could do. You played a good shot.
FSR doing what FSR does best, keeping control of the cue ball.
Yeah, that was a nice break there from SFR. He controlled the cue ball real well, and that gave him a nice shot on the 2-ball, and looks like he's going to get himself to the hill first here.
Well, he's had a shot of the lowest ball on all 4 breaks.
I'm not surprised.
But the opening rack, he missed a 7-ball in the side. That was very unlike him. Pagulayan's dug deep, he's stayed in the game, he's also been breaking very well, hasn't he, Alex? And he's looking good.
Yeah, but it's tough to fade FSR's break, especially if he wins the leg.
I've gone from an extension on my cue breaking to no extension to a break cue to no break cue.
Sanchez Ruiz wins the rack.
What's the theory behind that, Jason? Just trying things out, trying to find the sweet spot, seeing what feels better in your hand?
Yeah, just testing the waters. I think, you know, it's better to test it a little bit earlier than trying to test it halfway through. So last night I kind of tried to switch it up in my last match, and I broke pretty well. But, you know, just tables break different every day, so you got to try and just adjust and see where the best spot is to break.
Yeah, but at the same time, don't tinker too much or too long. You know, it's go time.
Leading 4-3. Alex Pagulayan the break.
If you have a good day today, playing 5 matches,
yeah,
you know, you go into day 7 just that bit nicer and more relaxed. Pagulayan looking to level for the 4th time.
Yeah, I think with the 10 players that are left, you've got to, you know, we know you're going to lose matches, that's just the nature. But there's also going to be a lot of close matches.
Oh,
We've seen that already.
This is no shot, right? Well, for you it would be.
No, but I think it's there, but it's not like just as easy as you think. You know, you got to really, you have a thin cut, you got to try and control the cue ball. Yeah, I think you might see him duck here. Just thin this ball and go behind the 6.
Yeah, or behind the 3 if that's his angle, because then he would be able to use the 3, 6 and 9.
Well, I like keeping the 2 around there. I like keeping the 2, just bump it down a little bit past the first diamond and just get the cue ball there. That way he's still got a tough kick shot. The 7's a little bit of a blocker too, so he's going to have to spin the ball to hit the 2.
But you'd take this ball on, right? The new Jason Shaw?
Oh, I'd be firing this in.
No, it's the old Jason Shaw. It's vintage Shaw.
Yeah, I didn't think that was as tough as it looked here.
Nice shot.
Well, that was a nice shot. He got a good cannon from the 6. I think he played to hold the cue ball like that.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice here but to send the cue ball into the 6 and hit it quite full, and risk reward, it's paid off.
Ooh.
A little bit of movement. He's still okay. So I wonder if he has an angle to go forward or if he can stun off the rail and get back across. Looks like he's just going to go one rail.
A little shy this. May have to use the 8 ball.
I think I would have went forward there and really powered it.
Yeah, make it arc.
Yeah, that way he would have got closer to the side rail on the left-hand side of the table, and he would have had not an easier shot, but more of a...
He may play the bank, Pagulayan, rather than the pot.
Well, I'd rather be coming down too low, like be underneath the 6, but close, rather than this.
He is playing the bank.
Listen,
really?
Yeah,
yes.
I've watched him a lot. I know his thought process. He didn't play the bank, he played the cue ball, didn't he? The two-way bank wasn't quite there, he would have lost the cue ball, but he just didn't fancy potting it and holding the cue ball on the 8. And I suppose at the end of the day, if you don't fancy the shot, you can't play it, can you?
I don't agree fully in this case, because it's Nineball. He's likely to hit the 6. So playing this safety, what are Pagulayan's win percentages of the rack? Is it 60-40?
Extension.
Well, it's better than missing the 6, isn't it?
But
and
sometimes
losing the match.
Listen, but if you tell yourself, these cueists, if you man up and you say, I have to take it on, even if you don't like it, you can still make it.
I'll remind you of that when we play snooker again tonight, when you keep ducking and leaving me behind the boat colours.
Ducking. I gave you the best cue out there.
Usually what happens in these situations is when you have a chance to win the game and you play safe, you usually get punished for it. You know it. And here he might bank this ball cross side. Look, they get safe. So now Alex is in trouble.
You know, I'm a protagonist for safety play.
Yes.
But the 6 wasn't that hard.
I hear you. I'm just saying I'd have took the 6 on Jason, you would, but he obviously didn't fancy it. He's missed a couple, he's steered a few in with a shoulder, he's not quite there, is he?
Okay.
I'm with you, I think he should have took it on.
Now he's going to try and play.
Now he's taking that one on.
Yes.
And of course, it's not like we're scrutinizing every shot here, but we're trying to call the shots as we see it.
Yes.
So for him to not take the first 6 ball on and then to go for that one, which was 10 times harder.
What safety shot could Alex have played on the 6?
Well, he didn't really have a nice safety to play. Where in the other case, he felt like he could make the bank and had a guaranteed safety. But he got lucky.
No, I didn't like that.
Still not over.
Yeah, he'll take that.
He will not take it on, I think. Although it's difficult to play safe from here.
Well, now you're saying he won't take the green 6 ball.
Well, what do you play after? You need to force it off of the rail to have some sort of a 7-8 combination.
Where do you play safe?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, that. So I think make it and play safe off the 7.
You might see him go rail first here and try and hit this ball on the thin side and bring it back to the top rail.
That's really tough.
Okay, Pagulayan needs a corner man at the minute. He's completely lost the plot out there.
That was I liked that shot. It's kind of a one-pocket shot, but I felt like he shouldn't have gone for it.
Well, I thought it was sitting very difficult for that type of shot. It was
just
there.
Rail first, hit it half ball, send it to the top
make the
rail.
6 and do something off the 7.
I like that shot in the practice room when you're on your own.
Well, what Pagulayan probably will tell you, if you ask him, he says 30-second shot clock is too short. Because he's been saying, hey, you've been complaining, Jason, about the 2 ball after the break.
Yeah.
His mantra is the 30-second shot clock.
Okay.
Well, Earl will tell you it's too long for 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, should be 15 seconds.
Well, I was thinking about an invitational event, 15-second shot clock.
Yeah,
get the 8 quickest players on the tour.
Yeah, I would go with Sanjin, Albin,
Alex.
Who else could we throw in there?
FSR could be in there, should be in there.
Yeah, Catchy. Scratch. Ooh,
sweet.
A little bit harder than the cue ball would have been floating down to that left-hand corner. He's going to have to play another safe here. Just put the 7 ball up to the top rail and the cue ball on the back rail.
This has been a fun rack, though, all in all.
And that's a nice shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Right, call this one, Jay. What do you do? Tell us the options for the people watching.
He's going to try and bank this ball down here towards the 8 and try and maybe make it, but try and get it back up towards the 8.
So he can play straight back to his left and miss it on the short side and bounce back up with a little overspeed, or lag it and stay above the 8 with the 7. Just come past the side pocket.
He's going to have a go at this.
Maybe some luck.
Oh no.
No, it's not got pace. He's sold out.
So it looks like with this position, FSR is about to take the match 5-3. Alex Pagulayan beat Albin Ouschan in his first match of today, but didn't carry that momentum on.
And Albin's looking like he's going to go 3-0 down on the next table to Wu Kunlin.
Sanchez is not trying to pot the 7, but in the back of his mind, he may have thought there's a chance of it going in.
Oh, This takes FSR up to, I think, still stays in the same place now, but he has one more game.
Yeah, there's a few of you.
Rack in a match.
On 11, there it is. Sanchez Ruiz beats Pagulayan 5 racks to 3. Up next, Battle of the Americans, SVB versus Woodward. Just say a couple of things about the league table and then go to lower.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage scan.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Welcome back. We are well underway here on day 6. This is the current standings. We've just seen Ruiz beat Pagulayan. They're both in the top 6 spot. But what that means is Ruiz is now tied on 11 points. Just look at the list there. 5 players. After his win, Ruiz caught up with Alex Lely.
FSR, let's talk about your match. You just beat Alex Pagulayan. You had rec 1 and everything after it. So tell us a little bit about rec 1.
Yeah, the rack one was tough for me because I don't feel so good. Especially I lost the position to the, I think, the 7 ball that I played so hard in the middle, so that I missed. But after that, I played really good. My break was working, so I'm really happy.
Yeah. After that was a real good match. So about your rhythm, in the beginning, it looked like you had difficulty finding your rhythm.
Yeah.
So how does that work for you? Because normally you're very good at finding the right speed to play with.
Yeah, I mean, always the first round is difficult for everyone. But when I miss this ball, I get lucky because I get a tough position for Alex. He missed this, so I think that was important for me because I lead the first rack. But after that, I feel much better. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have 3 more matches to play today. Yeah. If I were to interview you at the end of today, what would you like to be able to say? I mean, what would you like to focus on in your next 3 matches?
Yeah, I mean it's tough because it's race to 5. You have to do everything in the first racks. So I try my best like always, but it's something strange because always you play like a race to 11, race to 9, but the race to 5 is all the pressure there. So I try my best now.
Yeah, every match 1 shot at a time. Good luck, world number 1, the world champion FSR. Muy bueno.
Gracias, amigo. Gracias. Come on.
Always good to hear from the smiling Spaniard. He said there's always pressure. He'll be back up later this evening to play SVB. Well, table 2 is absolutely flying. Albin Ouschan, he's down 4-0. He lost the opening match to Pagulayan. Not the best of days for the former world champ and the defending PLP champion. He's got work to do. This is table 1 action. This is where our focus is. We said matches were going to be close, 5-4, 5-4, 5-3. Up next, battle of the Americans, Mosconi Cup teammates, Boening versus Woodward.
Yep, thanks.
Players will get the lag underway.
Looks like Skylar.
Skylar won the leg.
Yeah, just going off the back of that, Albin Ouschan sits in 8th place, 9 wins from 17. Woo Kin Lin is just above him in the table in 7th. Woo Kin Lin didn't get out there, so Albin's back at the table. He's still alive in that match. With the break. Well, we've seen somebody miss the 1 ball in the side. That proves it is difficult, the break shot.
It's going to be a difficult day at the office if you haven't that, if you don't have that break dialed in. Big pocket here. Oh. Well, he used all the margin that he had. Now that 5 ball on the right side does that pass to 6.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it to me. I mean, obviously he's going to get a better view, but the fact Jason Shaw's just been in comms and he told us he was, you know, with Shane last night and decided to really attack the table. Let's have a look. What's SVB going to do? Well, he's really attacking the table. He's been fortunate there, Alex. He's tried to go into the 6. How did he get away with that one?
Ended up with a good angle on the 4. Still can do something with this angle on the 4.
Yeah, look at the action he got on the keyboard. He's playing for the bank shot.
He had an angle to land in between the 5 and 6. Rather goes for the bank. Needs to watch out for the scratch. If he gets to the rail before contacting the 6. shot.
Yeah, what this means is it's going to really make for good viewing, because you're going to see the vision, the shot-making abilities of these players now.
Did well to make that spin bite into the cue ball. This is what we've seen a lot throughout the week. Great shot making by SVB.
Extension called.
And little mistakes. And often on little shots. So if you're constantly swinging the cue, coming with these big strokes, what you do a lot, you become good at. This is the finishing touch, SVB. Straight back to the 9. Was a good chance for SVB to steal a rack on Woodward's break. Had an open shot, and when he failed to open and develop the 6 ball, he still got good on the 4.
Skyler's the only player out of the 10 that has yet to play a match. This is his first match of the day. He sits in last place. He's in 10th position, and he's on 7 points. Wukunlin's at the table. Albin missed a kick shot, gave ball in hand. Wukunlin just sits below Albin Ouschan in the table. Both on 9 points. Albin's got a game in hand on Wu. This is going to be interesting this next couple of days, because everyone's going to start beating everyone, you would feel. Yeah, you might get a run away, but just at the level that we're at, this is what will happen. Oh, he's lost a cue ball.
Wow. Look at how much shoulder he put into that break. Extra mass.
Please start the clock.
Rare to see him lose the cue ball like that. Can be challenging for a player to break right after missing an opportunity, a rack winning opportunity in the rack before. So it's possible that SVB's break was an act of passive aggression. Wukunlin, a dominant win, dominant scoreline over Albin Ouschan. The Austrian, the defending champion, lost his opening match today against Pagulayan. And now a second loss against Chinese Taipei Wukunlin. Far from a dream start. That means that Albin Ouschan is already under it. Needs to turn this around.
Yep, that lacked pace. Needs to bear down on this one. Yep, good job there from Sky.
Extension.
Again.
Extension, please.
The cue ball over a little bit more. This will be a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I was surprised how he didn't get shaped on the 8. That cue ball reaction with that 7 so close to the rail. That mistake is something you'd expect from someone that's not so used to the TV table. But what matters is that he dishes and doubles his lead over SVB. He gets the break in the 3rd.
You soft, bro. Hit him too soft.
Yeah, you hit him too soft, Shane.
More in the break than anybody else.
There's Rack. Skylar Woodward to break, leading 2-0.
Very relaxed. Friends away from the table, but you got to keep that game face once you go down on the shot.
Yeah, I wonder if Skylar's going to try and crunch these. No, not really. I wonder if he was going to try and show SVB he's got power as well.
Yeah, but you don't want to get lured into that. I mean, you know, it's nice to have a big break, but it's not a big break contest. No open pocket for the 2. We'll use the... Well, the thing is, he cannot cut the 2 ball to the right and land behind the 6. He could do with backspin, but that makes it harder to judge. So instead of going low on the cue ball, he used a natural line for a rolling cue ball and judged the impact on the 8. Nice little shot there. Tester. Or jack up, but I think he'll look for a way to control his cue ball without elevating too much. With a little elevation he can stun and go to the long rail left of the 3. To the corner. It was on. Nice shot. One more good shot needed, and then he's set to go 3-0.
Very much a buzz player, is Woodward. Once he starts reeling racks off and gets in the lead, this is where he's the type of player in this field where other players lower down the leaderboard. They may qualify, but you feel like they may fall over the line. He's the type of guy who could just reel 4 or 5 matches off here and just climb nicely up.
Yeah. It's like he has a button, on or off. Doesn't shift gears. So, when we don't know, but if he goes on to win a big title in his career, it would be something to behold, because then you get to see like a real high gear. Very offensive, aggressive 9-ball.
Sky Woodward.
Well, this is all one-way traffic at the minute. SVB has got a lot to do if he's going to win this match. Skylar Woodward 3, SVB 0.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Trading 3-0.
SVB scratched on his last break.
False stroke.
And he scratched on this one. Wow.
What a crunch. Thinking of the Six Nations rugby match today. Le crunch between France and England. He breaks him hard. An unlucky scratch. But also a price you pay when you put more action into the ball on the break. There's an advantage. You create more action, you're likely to make more balls. Likely to make more 9 balls off of the break. But also more cue balls. That's nice. Good touch there.
Yeah, even though the 6 ball is in one of the worst places on a pool table, the fact that the 7 is just sat there, it's okay. Spinning the cue ball round. He hit the 7, didn't mean to hit the 7, so a little tester coming up.
Little tester. This is tough.
Down quick.
Like what he did there. Played it with some drag on the ball. Look at the cue ball. It's tough to see in the replay. Oh. And lucking snooker behind the 9.
Yeah, this is more than makeable though for these boys.
Yeah. Yeah, but the kick and stick, play a stop shot off of the long rail. It's sitting nice for that. Oh yeah, but they were playing no safe 9 ball. Yeah, you're right. It was always the shot.
Always a nice shot as well, I found. It's always nice when you know, you pop them, they feel good.
Extension,
You're gonna play here. Where he stood, it looks
corner.
like he's,
You can cut to the corner.
I thought he could cut to the corner. Yeah, he's got a bit of a gap in between both balls.
No safe 9 ball.
Didn't fancy it. Why would you leave the cue ball there?
He's playing MTB. Now you gotta ask me what it is.
So?
Make the ball. And again.
The ball.
Make the ball. After that nice 7, the long 8, rattles the 9 ball, and sure could have played it with less speed. Self-sabotage stroke by SVB on that long 9 ball. That's 4-0 for Skylar Woodward, and breaking in Reg 5. Tough action for SVB in this match.
You watch the 9 ball here. Look at that. It ricocheted hard, didn't it? A little softer, it would have fell, but it's funny, isn't it? A lot of the times you're behind them and you tell yourself just to cue it softly and nice timing, but then a lot of the time you end up just whacking it dead hard, don't you? It's a funny one.
The 5th rack, Skylar Woodward is breaking on the hill, leading 4-0.
Well, this will be the first time SVB has been down 4 racks to 0, and he's done quite a lot of smiling sat in that chair. It's not the usual face we used to see from Shane. Is he going to get a shot on the 2 ball?
Had that 2 ball moved on, 2 rotations more, it would have counted as a shot, the type of jump shot that you're supposed to make. But it's not on from here, so he'll look to play a push out. In a push out, you do weigh in who do you play against, who you're playing against, and the state of mind of your opponent. If you know he's on tilt, you give him something he will go for, but he shouldn't. Put him tight on the rail.
It's your option, Shane.
Yeah, Shane will play, right? No. There's no future in attacking this 2-ball. I would think the only thing I see is roll the 2-ball in and then kick and stick 2 rails on the 3. Or does he have a slide? No. He's playing safe. Cue ball towards the 3.
He's on tilt as well, SVB.
Nice little opening between the 4 and 8. Just stun, push towards the long rail. Now what? How to land northeast of the 4-ball. This was always going to be difficult. Slice it.
Good recovery there. He's back where he needs to be. Sure.
Oi.
Woodward.
Oi, oi, oi.
I was just about to say, I'm sure Woodward didn't expect to find himself in this position, but just can't seem to kill the match off. It looked scrappy from the start, this rack.
Took his eye off the ball. Now, I'm interested to see what it will do to Shane's mindset. Because he's basically lost the match. Yeah, he's down 4-1, but now it becomes fun, it becomes interesting. Let me see if I can put in a good break.
Yeah, let me see if I can make Skylar squirm after that mistake.
You know, good break, run out, and then things can happen. Scratch on the brake for Woodward. Woodward smiling in the chair. He's, you know, we cannot look in his head, but he seems to be one of the best out there in forgetting mistakes or dealing with mistakes.
Yeah, and table 2 has finished for the day. There was always going to play 1 match left over there, but they've really flown through the 5 matches.
Rack 6. Shane from Boening the break, trailing 4-1.
This will not lack power.
Doesn't cut, does it, the 3-ball?
I would say no.
Not with our laws of physics. Difficult to get behind that 5-ball with the cue ball.
Neat shot.
Yeah, I like it. It's always risky. He knew he was sending the 3-ball into that group of other balls. You can always end up making one and then you stay at the table.
6-ball could be a big ball here. The green 6. Oh, he's done well there. Kick and stick. But look what he's left SVB.
Are the tides turning? Has to bear down, SVB. don't play this at Mach 5. Right? Just make it.
Shane van Boening wins the rack.
Extremely aggressively played combination on the 9. Closes the gap. 4-2, Skylar Woodward.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Skylar Woodward is breaking on the hill, leading 4-2.
Welcome back. SVB powers the combo, and he's no stranger to a powerful combo and a very difficult combo. Remember the one he made to win the Mosconi Cup?
Yes, 2018, London. Ali Pali against Kazakis. Yeah, that was amazing. USA winning there, and the subsequent year in Vegas. 2019. A wild cue ball there on Skylar Woodward's break. Now with that 2 ball sitting ready in front of the corner pocket, does he see offensive options? Is this just a cross side? Is his banking lane open?
He's had a chance to win the match, though. You all know that starts to play tricks with your mind. VB knows if he can just steal this rack, if he can just win this rack, he will have to break, and from nowhere, he's an outside chance of winning the point, because he knows Skylar sat in his chair, thinking he should be upstairs, eating a bit of salad, having a drink.
Yeah, and if I watch SVB's facial expression, I think he's having more fun now than before. He's starting to sort of like this long shot. It's not so much of a long shot anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you've competed a lot, Alex, over the years, and when you feel like you should have lost the match and you win 2 or 3 racks, it can start to get interesting. You start to have a different mindset. Yeah, he's hooked himself, but
can jump, but tricky with the 2 balls so close to the rail. But he has good kicking possibilities. Leave the 2 there. Oh, yeah, didn't hit that good.
No, he'd be really fuming with himself with that. Was trying to get the cue ball up top of the table, leave the 2 down here, and he's handed back the initiative to Woodward.
Makes the bank this time. A very accomplished bank pool player.
Yeah, You won't see Skylar Woodward just get down firing these balls in. You'll just see him slow the pace a little bit because he knows this is another chance. Oh, he's gone. Alex, he's gone here. Your man's gone.
Rammed it straight into the rail. Didn't expect that. And now it's a match.
It's a fun match. It's an interesting match.
Didn't have the route to play short rail, long rail. Always like this, long, short, and then check the cue ball. He's not as straight as he would like to be. Nicely done. Go forward. Back in the game out of nowhere. It started with that missed 6 ball by Skylar Woodward. He was out. He had the match won, but he slept it. He's looking for danger, SVB.
Well, SVB needs to start looking for 5 racks because from nowhere, from 4-0 down, somehow he's won the last 3. It's not through fantastic play, let me tell you. Woodward, he's throwing this one away. Look at him in his chair. What am I doing, he's saying.
Yeah, smiles after missing that 6 ball. No 10 minutes ago. This is different. Gloomy looks. But you gotta find the positives. Worst case scenario, he'll break on 4-4.
Yeah, I mean,
Reg 8, Shane van Boening, the break.
both of the Americans
Trailing 4-3.
are at the bottom of the table. SVB in 9th, Skylar in 10th. Just the 1 point separates them, but Skylar's got a game in hand. 7 from 15, SVB 8 from 16. He's made a ball, but look at the shot he's got. No attacking shot. I think he'll be playing safe here, though. I don't think he'll be trying to chop this one up the rail, Alex. I think attacking 9-ball will disappear.
Yeah, the sensible shot is to just play good safety. I don't know if he can hit it full enough. Addressing the cue ball low, so I think he can squat his cue ball there. I have no idea why he did not just play the stop shot.
Disbelief myself. I don't know what's happened there. I'd like to get another look at that one.
Well, what I think is the case, they're sitting on 9th and 10th for a reason. They haven't been playing as good as they would like to. We were talking this morning. We said that it's almost to some players like a training camp, you know, an experience, many hours at the table, but only if you're playing decent.
Yep, I mean, we're so used to seeing Shane perform. Obviously, fantastic in the events, but like you said, maybe it's just not really his week. He's at a 50% win ratio, so that tells you all you need to know. Surely Woodward gets out here, though. Surely he's not going to make a mess of this. He's got to get good on the 5. And good, I mean, because he's got to get down to the brown 7 after the purple 5. He needs to land high.
Ooh.
He needs to land high. He may have to just leave the cue ball there.
Put himself in the spot. This is with high left. Always tricky on a TV table. How much does it bite off of the long rail? Nice. Good shot. Good shot. Wasn't shy there. And the amount of spin and the follow through.
Absolutely.
Cleaning the cue ball.
Extension, please.
Getting meticulous with age.
Woodward wins rack.
Well, somehow Woodward finally gets over the line. Battle of the Americans has gone Woodward's way. Van Boning's just practicing a shot. We're going to take a short break, then we're going to come back with Naoki Oi versus Woodward. Woodward stays on this table.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
So, a winning start for Skylar Woodward to the second phase of this Premier League, but he remains outside that all-important top six by a considerable distance going into his next match in a few minutes' time against Naoki Oi. Sanjin Pelivanovic out in front, but all because of what he did in the first phase. He's played two so far today and lost them both. They were the matches which got things underway on this Saturday in Leicester on Table 1. Hill finishes in both against Woo Kun Lin and then Shane van Boening. A couple of close ones since then. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, a 5-3 winner over Alex Pagulayan, who had already had a win himself on the other table earlier in the day. And then a few moments ago, Skylar Woodward just getting over the line after a few nervy moments towards the finish against Shane van Boening, winning 5-3. What could you want more on a Saturday than a double helping of Naoki Oi? And that's what we've got coming up now, starting against Woodward.
Good game. Have a good game. Thank you, players. When you're ready, please lag for break.
Yeah, and looking at Sky's path to try and make that final six, this is really the first match. Of course, that win in the last is huge, but to make up ground on someone ahead of him, Naoki Oi is that first opponent. And he got a little quick with the transition there, lucky to make the two up in the corner. He's going to get a nice shot on the one with a little angle as well. I'm not sure the three passes the five. It just shows you how fickle the break is. I mean, he broke, I thought the technique in his last match was really good on the break shot. And looks like the three does pass, not much stress, it looks like, in Skylar's demeanor.
Yeah, if you weren't watching, in the last match, Woodward was 4-0 up on Shane van Boening, but got pegged back to 4-3. Got the job done in the next rack. Qualified for this phase with just 7 wins from his 15 matches in the opening stage. And last year it took 15 wins to get through from the second phase. Remember, all wins carrying forward from stage 1. It could definitely go lower than that. I think 14 would have a pretty good chance, but even that would mean having to win 7 out of 9 in this second phase. But at least he's made a start on that.
Yeah. Took a few little body blows yesterday, winning his first match, which got him through, but he could have really helped himself out with those remaining 2 matches. It looks like he's left that behind, but everything's so important, every game. Of course, wins and losses the most important, but we're going to see, I think, at some point, the rack differential will really come into play.
But just like in the previous match, Woodward off to a good start. He leads Naoki Oi 1-0.
Wins the rack.
So, Jeremy, where would you say he's at in his career? He's going to be 30 later this year. We've talked about him for some time as someone who could win one of the very biggest titles. Hasn't happened for him yet. Where do you feel he's at now in relation to where he would have expected to be coming towards the end of his 20s?
I mean, he's still in a good position. I think a few years ago I would have predicted a little better results in some of the bigger events. But it's a process, and Skylar's got to recognize the things that are going to take him further, and he's not in a bad spot by any means. He's just got to keep the motivation in there and keep attacking, and probably away from the table as much as anything. make sure all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, right? Oh, watch out, cue ball.
Strike.
And I think for anything really, for Skylar and a lot of players, it's
ball in hand.
Really picking out a proper schedule for the year. When's the time to take some time off, enjoy some other things, and when's the time to really put in the time practicing and whatever it is that's going to make you better. I think a little bit of in between can kind of keep you in between, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think any player who wants to take a bit of a breather during the year after this event might be a good time to do it, because a bit of a gap, and then we've got World Masters and World Cup and European Open and a new event as well, a new Open event coming along, and then even that all leads into the US Open at the end of the summer. So now might be a good time if players wanted to take a bit of a step back.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case for Skylar. I think, anyways, we were talking last night that he committed to a smaller ranking event in the Boston area as soon as he gets back from here. But then after that, he is going to get some time off.
Yeah, I think Shaw's playing in that as well. He was talking about playing the tournament in Bosnia next week, but is not doing that now.
And there's quite a few, contending Americans. And then what we're talking about contending is always that Mosconi Cup, right? That are attending that event in Boston. So,
well, that could be huge in terms of Mosconi standings, because if you look at the big field events with the biggest points on offer, you're playing against players from all over the world. So there might not be much movement in the American standings from those events. Whereas if it's primarily an American field in that tournament we're talking about, that could have a really big say in who's in that team for London in December.
Yeah, and so many of those smaller ranking events that, you're going to see players, of course, get to stay in the States and attend some ranking events. So that's a great thing. But I think you're going to see a little more noise from a few Americans in some of the bigger ones. And this guy is definitely one I expect to make some of that noise. And you all take defeats, and you all take, whether it be dogging it a little bit, however you want to label it, bad luck at times. But when you're prepared, it seems like you shake that off a lot easier. Just like when I played, and if I played a good match and got beat, I couldn't wait to play my next match. It really didn't take, it's sickening to lose, of course, when you play well, but even when you play kind of poorly and win a match, you want to make up for it, of course, but you don't go into the next one so positive at times. So a little overrun here. He missed a couple shots towards the end of the rack in Shane's match, so got to bury these.
Yeah, he'd been slightly out of position on the 7, having had to stretch a bit on the previous shot. Did well, in fact, to get into the cue ball as he did, even to get on the 7. So he wasn't in ideal position for the last few shots. Left himself a tricky 9, but it's an ideal start for Skylar Woodward. He leads Naoki Oi 2-0. What about from Oi's point of view then, Jeremy? He's 40 years of age now, and I know he made his name a few years ago with all the antics and the bizarre TV interviews and that, but that really hides what a determined competitor he is. And he's someone who, for about the last 3 years, has just kept on steadily improving and enhancing his standing in the world game. Could he be a winner of a big event?
Oh, absolutely. You can't accidentally get to the semifinal of the U.S. Open, and, the year he had just a couple years ago. And I think always got to kind of look at the same thing, the schedule. I see that man making as many miles in the air as anyone, and that can tax on you, especially approaching 40 years old. And he expends a lot of energy when he plays as well. So better transition there. That's why the one on the side. A lot more solid. The 8's going to get in the way here. And that's the thing to me also is, you know, when you're prepared a little more fully, you see him getting very upset about a snooker here in game 3 after winning the first 2. And to me, I don't know. I just always felt like it was part of the game. Now, don't get me wrong. Once it happens time and time again, it can easily get frustrating. But I don't want to call it a sign of weakness. That's the wrong way to label it. But maybe on the edge of stress, because that's just part of the game. I mean, we see it every match, time and time again.
No, Yuki, your choice.
I don't think Oi's going to pass on this at 2-0. Got to try and make his mark right now. One thing for me is the way it sits and the way I feel the cue ball is going to land over the 8. May have a little trouble with the cue ball going towards this opposite corner here. I'm sure he kind of feels it as well. And you see the cue ball going towards there. Nice adjustment and a heck of a shot.
Yeah, that US Open semi-final was 2021. Beat some very good players to get to the last 4. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, then Fedor Gorst.
Extension cool.
He wasn't far away from getting to the final. It was a close one against Carlo Beato, who went on to win the title in Atlantic City.
Yeah, Carlo just kind of took that title away from Aloysius Yap, who looked like he was fairly unbeatable. Is he getting some movement on the 9 here, trying to slide the 3 by? Oh, nice shot. I think the players are going to rethink some of these push outs to the jump shot a little more often. Like maybe push out to a jump that doesn't offer position. Now it's not always available, but you know, they don't want to roll out to what looks like an easy safety, but early in the rack you can kick out of a lot of things. There's so many balls on the table, and you know, one of the golden rules is you don't want to roll out and then never get back to the table.
It looks like that's what's going to happen. It's a bit like bunker shots in golf used to be seen as a real challenge for the top players, but now they're so good at them, they'd almost rather be in the bunker than in the rough around it. And likewise with the jump shots. And what it's all led to is Naoki Oi opening his account. He still trails Skylar Woodward, but now it's 2-1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Skylar Woodward looking for back-to-back wins after his victory over Shane van Boening, and he's going the right way about it. 2-1 up against Naoyuki Oi. The man from Japan has the break.
2 racks to 1. Foul strike.
Another loss of the cue ball, kind of identical to his first break. And he plays with a lot of side, so it's not going to be straight back into the 9. It's always going to check with the side and go a little higher, which brings the side pocket into play more. And he's made 3 on the break as well. So is he drawing between the 4-6 here, or is he just sliding over? Yeah, nice shot. He wanted to probably go a hair more, maybe to be able to reach it a little easier, but should be okay. Yeah, when it comes to talent, I really don't think there's any more talented player than Skylar. I'm not saying he's the most talented, but I mean, like I said, I don't think there's any more talented player, but sometimes you got to look at what the other players are doing, right? And kind of take a page out of their book.
Scratch on the break from Oi. But 3 other balls went down as well, so there wasn't a great deal left for Woodward to do. And he's done it to restore the 2-rack advantage at 3-1. We are now at a stage where players are playing each other for the 2nd time in the tournament. It's not long since these two met. It was right at the end of the first phase last night. Oi coming through in a hill finish, which was one of 11 wins he got from his 15 matches to finish 2nd in the Phase 1 table. This is the scratch off the break, and as you said, Jeremy, pretty much an action replay from rack 2.
Yeah, and you wonder, you don't want to get complacent with all those wins, like Sanjin, of course, and Ruiz with another win today, but you don't want to apply that pressure either, so it's a fine line mentally, which is this. You know, they always say it's about 80% of the game once you become a great player anyways.
They met in the Premier League last year. Woodward won that time by 5 racks to 3. It wasn't a good tournament for Oi. He only won 5 of his 15 matches. Went out in the first phase.
And we'll see with the 2 over the hole, even though he's snookered, probably takes on the kick shot here. And Oi has always been a fast player, but from what I've seen in 2023 is even faster than what I'd seen in years past. Will take a little time. Like here, he's trying to decide how to come out of the pocket to get on the 3, to get on the 4. That's the main concern. Looks like that should be okay. Probably takes a little distance here, maybe drawing the cue ball over. Oh, he's looking at really letting it loose and getting to the short side. That's surprising. I thought he would just kind of lay up and take the cut shot and come around the 5. The center of the table is very open. Yeah, that's what he's done. Actually got a ton out of that cue ball there.
I mentioned the pace of play from him in 2023, and it's been a reasonable start to the year for Oi. 5th at the Turning Stone in New York in January, and did get to single elimination at the World Championship and managed to advance a bit further. Got to the last 32 in the end. Quite heavily beaten, though, by Wu Kunlin, who went on to the semis. So Woodward's first dry break of the match is going to be an expensive one. As off the back of it, Oy has pulled back to within a rack once again. Woodward now leads 3-2.
Oy wins the rack.
Talking about the fact that Woodward might need to win about 7 of his 9 matches in this phase. That was exactly what he did last year. In fact, he had finished phase 1 so strongly that at one point, by the time we got roughly halfway through Sunday, he'd won 11 out of 12 matches, an amazing record against players of this quality. But would you see him as someone who's like that, JJ, quite streaky in that way, that once he gets on a roll, he can keep on winning?
Yeah, I think this format's set up pretty well for him as far as, you know, the more he plays, usually the stronger he gets. And I mean, most of the greats are like that, but I think he's one that you could say for sure is like that, and that'll continue. He needs another great streak here, though, to get to Monday.
Trading 3 racks to 2.
He's going to get a very thin cut shot in the corner. I think it is playable, but I'm not sure he really takes it on. Not easy position on the 3. There is a 3-9 possibility. He's looking at the cross side bank to draw back underneath the 3 for the opposite side pocket. He's overhit this. He's going to get a little 50-ish. Especially with the 4 a little bit on the top rail. And the thing I was talking about schedule is, you know, for all these players, like you talked about Turning Stone, and, you know, he went to Derby, probably went to an event between those, you know, gets around a lot from the Far East, of course, Japan, but not only time off, but when do you get time to train? To work on things away from winning, right? A lot of body movement there, but he hit it perfect.
Yeah, I mean, there's time between matches at tournaments, but that's not really the place to be working on things, is it? You've got to have the work done before you get to the event.
Yeah, there's little tweaks or things that the players feel, and, you know, that's why they're so great, because of the feedback they get. But, you know, most of the players have someone they trust to put some eyes on them or talk about things and then put in some time improving situations. And, you know, maybe years ago when there wasn't quite as many big events, it kind of offered that more for players to get that time away and also work on some things. And, you know, now I think they have to be very clear-cut with that.
It's a nice complaint to have, though, isn't it? Having all these wonderful events to play in. And Naoki Oi has been involved in all 3 years of this tournament. Did well in year 1 when it was still the Championship League. Not so well last year, but he's having a very good campaign in 2023. And he's got every chance to win this match as well. From 3-1 down, he's levelled at 3-all. The finish is next.
Wins the rack.
Yuki Oi looking to move all the way back up to second place in the Premier League, currently 6th in the table.
Rack 7.
He was 3-1 down to Skylar Woodward,
right.
but now it's level pegging as Woodward gets us underway in rack 7.
Yeah, and just watch the backswing. That's the one that really determines. That was better, not as quick, and that's why we see the one on the side versus 2 of them where he got a little quick and the one hit a little low on one and a little high on the other.
There's 3 rails, this goes 1. You know what I mean? I don't even have that part.
Yeah, and I think Skylar has a little bit of a point there. I think what he was talking about is questioning the speed of Oi's break. And to be fair, I've heard it throughout the practice room the entire week about that. A lot of players have brought up that, you know, it's not once or twice, but many occasions they felt like Oi was a little light with the break speed.
Yeah, we've seen players warned for that already today. But it seems like a strange time to bring it up. You know, off the back of his own break to then suddenly start talking about Oi's.
Well, I think he put in comparison to the referee. Did you see my cue ball go 3 rails back and forth where Oi's is just hitting 1 rail? And the one that, to me, that appears the most obvious is being able to make the wing ball. It just doesn't seem like if you do get that forceful break, the wing ball is just very rare. And we've seen Oi make it quite often this week. Now, the spin that he puts on the cue ball does help that. But I think, again, that's a combination of a little lighter speed with the spin.
The thing is, if you've got an issue with the opponent's break, if you then make an issue of it, there's probably less chance of the other guy getting warned because the referee won't want to be seen to have been influenced.
True, true.
And yet, as we've seen, and indeed we did see at the World Championship with Pagulayan, and again in the match where it happened earlier today, it seems to work in a player's favour every time they get spoken to about the power and the break.
Yeah, and I was trying to recall which match it was. Oh, it was Yap at the World Championships. Okay, he's going to have to kind of cheat the pocket here to draw past the side. And this is where tempo is a big deal. If you get a little quick, the ball doesn't grab correctly and you could catch the point. That was pretty smooth there. But it was Yap's match, I believe, and I'm trying to remember who he was playing. But he was breaking terribly. I mean, you know, he wasn't making a ball ever. Getting terrible clusters, and even if he did make a ball, it didn't look like a run out was possible. And his opponent questioned the speed, which I think the speed was questionable. But to me, if my opponent's not breaking very well and not making balls, I'm not going to change a thing. And that's what happened. His opponent made a little bit of a complaint and actually helped Yap through that match, and he broke the balls a lot better afterwards. Making a pretty gritty out here. Nice 2-ball to open. Nice 5-ball to get past the side, and a little thin on the 9, so he's got to pay attention.
Break and run from Oi to draw level. Woodward responds in kind to be first to the hill at 4-3. Woodward's last match of the session. And he'll still have 2 more to play tonight against Albin Ouschan and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Oi will be staying on to face Alex Pagulayan. As we've said, if Oi wins, he goes on to 12 wins. He'd be only 1 behind the leader, Pelovanovic, then, and he'd shoot up all the way from 6th to 2nd in the table. But if that is to happen, he's got to win the last 2 racks here.
Yeah, and all very qualified referees here, the best in the game. But you kind of wonder if maybe if Marcel was in there, maybe something would have been talked about a little quicker.
Yeah, Marcel Eckhart, a more experienced referee, might be more comfortable making a call like that, so it's a very fair point.
Yeah, you can see a little hand gesture from Skylar as well.
Yeah, I think he just said you're barely hitting them. I don't know what you think, Jeremy. You're much more qualified to say than me, but I don't know if that's really on to be making a comment to the player when he's at the table like that.
Yeah, I probably would just stick to the referee. Now, some of the players are very comfortable with each other, of course, and not saying that makes a difference, but maybe easier to not think about what you're doing before you do it. And I talked about different things that maybe would even improve the break situation at times. I don't think it can really be done in a winter break format, or I haven't come up with the way to do it, but in the alternate break formats, I think it would be good to where you have to break from one side your first break and then switch sides the second. That way you can't get it dialed in from one side. I think it will give us some statistical things that would be interesting to look at. And I think, again, in the alternate break format, I think it could be a viable change.
Yeah, a lot of merit in that idea. And just to bring a bit more variety from rack to rack as well, from a spectator point of view, I think that would be a plus. Well, these guys are really hitting a pretty high standard here. Not quite where he wanted to be on the 7, but every chance here. We're going to see our third break and run in a row to take us to a hill to finish.
Yeah, that's where in our sport we don't have a caddy and different things like that. But Skylar's got a long road to hoe these next 2 days, and I think getting frustrated about what his opponent is doing is probably a little premature. Hard not to get frustrated, of course, but pretty strong-minded young man.
Well, he was 3-1 down in this match. He's won 3 out of 4 racks since then. For the second time on consecutive days, these two are going the distance. Woodward will have the break, and given the way the play has gone in the last few racks, that could be very significant. Woodward down in 9th place at the moment, only 8 wins. He's going to need to win. You would feel the overwhelming majority of his matches in this phase. Shane Van Boening also on 8, but he's only got 7 matches left to go, and Van Boening getting pretty close to the stage where there would be no room for further error. You look at 6th place at the moment is 11, and we're still at an early stage of this phase, so the 15 that we got last year, it's going to be pretty close to that. I don't think 13 would do. I think 14 is pretty much the minimum these guys have got to be looking for.
Yeah, once we had the phase 1 where we had a few players not winning many matches, I think 13 kind of went out the window. Better connection there. This 2 may get covered up a little bit. And this is, again, never see a break and run, it seems like. I'll tell you, he may go aggressive here. I'm not sure what he has. We'll get the overhead here in a moment once these balls settle. Can he hit enough of the 2, kind of maybe with a lot of left English, to come across it thickly and go behind the 6? I'm not sure that natural shot is available. The cross-side bank does play. There's a very ugly 5-7-8 attached on that side rail as well. I think he's shooting the bank. Really good speed, and one thing is the 5-8 combination is not the most difficult if you get on it and the 4 is near.
The banking ability is such a great weapon for Woodward to have, isn't it? It gives him so many more options in how to make outs.
Yeah, and the amazing thing, I think I talked about it on day 1, is how often he still makes them. I mean, it's one thing to play banks or to get to bank a lot, but in the midst of the 9-ball games, be able to come with the shot continually on the bank shot is pretty special. And he may have gotten an angle to go into the purple 5 here. The problem is the cue ball could rest on the rail, making it difficult to get on the 6. He kind of came pretty clean there. Can he dodge the upper right-hand corner here? I think he can. That means get the cue ball to the top rail and come 2 rails down. Still a lot of concern. He doesn't want to have to shoot the 7-8. And I think here he's got to float this a little more.
Yes, you do have one, yeah.
Maybe not get all the way down. Maybe just get 2 rails past the side and take the cut on the 6, like there where he pointed. If he tries to hit it too hard, he may deflect into this corner pocket with the cue ball.
Making the extension, but doesn't offer you limitless time.
Is he going 3 rails? That's got to slow down. That may be history with the cue ball there. He's still got to make another incredible shot. Whether he goes into the 7, past the 7, the 9's impeding. And we saw a similar 6-ball missed against SVB.
Now a late twist. What's been a high-quality match. Boy is scratched on the break 2 of the 4 times he's had it. Yet, in a race to 5, where you would expect that to be almost decisive, looks a clear favourite to get the win here. Woodward will be so frustrated. Came into this phase without much room for error. We felt he was going to have to win 7 of his 9, surely at least 6. If he'd managed to finish this first session on Saturday with 2 wins from 2, he'd feel, well, I'm doing everything I can at the moment. And it looked as though he was going to. But left himself with a trickier 6 than he would have envisaged.
Naoki Oi wins the match. 5
Once he'd missed it, Naoki Oi polished it off from there. So from 3-1 down, Naoki Oi has turned it around to beat Skylar Woodward 5-4, and he moves all the way up from 6th to 2nd in this Premier League table. 1 more match to go in this session. Oi will be back on to face Alex Pagulayan in 5 minutes' time.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, They are designed by players, for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage scan. Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
So for the second day in a row, Naoki Oi has beaten Skylar Woodward in a hill-hill finish at the Premier League, and it means that having occupied the sixth and final qualifying position for the last phase going into that match, he's now vaulted all the way up to second. One more win would put him level on wins with the group leader Sanjin Pelivanovic, and Oi has the chance to get that win right now against Alex Pagulayan. So we're going to get this one underway in the next few moments. And Jeremy, your reflections on what we saw in the previous match?
No, it's high quality. Unfortunate to see any of the players have a mistake in the last game like that after a few great shots.
Alex Pagulayan.
Skylar's going to have to regroup there, and always got to regroup quickly, even after a win.
The first track, Alex Pagulayan's break.
Yeah, if you look at the table, the group table, huge match here. Alex can really bring himself, can surpass Oi, I believe.
Yeah, he can go second. He was so tight last year at the end of the second phase. We had 4 players on 16 and 2 on 15, so that's how tight it was going into the last day. I think we're heading for something similar this time, the way it's looking at the moment. You've got Pelivanovic on 13, Oi on 12, and then 4 players on 11. Then after that, it's 10, 9, 8, 8. It all fizzled out a bit yesterday in terms of getting through, and it was resolved, and we effectively knew our 10 quite early on, and then it was confirmed with quite a bit of play still to come on Friday evening. The way it's looking at the moment, it's very hard to imagine anything like that happening tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. And thinking about that last match again, maybe a little bit of how Sky ended yesterday, right? Started off with a win, lost a couple crushers to end day 5, and I don't think it carried over. It just happened to be that way. He's just got to go regroup on the break and come in this evening and keep firing.
Yeah, and he's got 2 more matches to play tonight against Ouschan and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. But our focus now switches to this match, the last of the early session, on day 6 of the Premier League.
And again, just like the 6 players that didn't make the cut, prize money does differ for those that won't move on to the final 6. So still competing for a number of things. Of course, that's secondary to these players, but just a little reminder to us and the fans.
Oi won when these two squared up in the first phase. Prevailed by 5 racks to 3. It proved to be the last match of his run of 6 wins in a row.
Yeah, interesting shot here, a little preference. Does he want to add spin and come to the side rail just past the side? I kind of like just coming straight down by the 9 myself. That's just how you feel, and being at the table makes a huge difference. You may have to stun this a little bit or play from underneath. Play the 9 in the side. It's not hard, but players would always rather be above this, shooting it in the corner rather than from underneath in the side. He's not really stunning it much, though, it doesn't appear like. So maybe just kind of rolling it. Is this going to get above it? Oof. That was close.
And the perfect start for Pagulayan. Yeah, as we've said, Oi can move on to 13 wins if he wins this match, but Pelavanovic's racks difference is so strong that Oi would still be in second place, even if that does happen. And that's going to be one of the big questions tonight, JJ. How will Pelavanovic respond to earlier today? Lost both of his matches right at the start of the session. Could have won them both. They were both 5-4. We know he had the little spat with the referee during the match against SVB. So this is really going to tell us a lot about him tonight when he comes out to play the first 2 matches of the evening session on table 2, whether or not he's been able to put that all behind him and come out fighting.
Yeah, I think he'll start the match fine. We'll see how the match kind of lays out and pans out, and that might show a little bit more of his frustrations. But I mean, we got to reconsider or consider that he's a 21-year-old young man, even though he's a professional athlete. Still, you got to give him a little break, and I think that's the question mark right there. I mean, that break there, look at the movement on the balls, and I think you do have to consider that maybe Sky Woodward was a little valid in his point of bringing up something about the break shot.
It's about as soft a break as we've seen all day.
And he's got perfect here on the 2 to open up the mess by the spot. In Oi's defense a little bit anyways, with the spin and all that, I think at times if you miss the 1 a little bit, it could look a little lighter, but definitely just a little bit of arm motion there on that break off.
You have to bear in mind some of the players, they just don't have the ability to rifle through the balls. We saw the 2 ladies that played in this tournament. If you're judging them by the same standards, well, they're nowhere near the power of so many of the other players. Some of their breaks look pretty soft as well.
Yeah, they look soft, maybe the result, but if you watch what they were trying to do, though, the intent was there.
So it's more about intent than outcome,
absolutely,
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we all could whiff the ball a little bit, right? I mean, well, how many times I'm trying to hit a 250-yard drive and it just doesn't go very far.
Almost made the 9 earlier in the rack, but it stayed over the pocket, and that enabled Roy to find that combination with which he levels at 1-all. Yeah, just talking about Pelovanovic, those back-to-back matches at the start of the late session will be against Alex Ouschan and Konrad Yushashin. And he'll still have another one to play after that, back on the main table against Jason Shaw. So it's the sort of thing where it could all slip away from him quite quickly. He could go on a real losing streak if he doesn't put the defeats earlier to the back of his mind. I think it's going to be significant for Pelovanovic's chances in this tournament when his next win comes.
Rack 3.
And I wonder on the break if there's any discussion with the referee, since it has come up a few times. The warning earlier by Marcel, you know, the discussion in the last match between Skylar and the ref, and Skylar and Oy. I think he can get at the 2, and even if he can't, he'll try to make some type of jump shot. I think he can get at it, though. And from the looks of that, the position he played, maybe he had to subtly swerve around the edge of the 9. I think he got himself in a decent position here, but what he's thinking about now is really the 6 ball, I think. How do I get on the 4 to get on the 5 properly to get back to the 6?
Extension called.
In a streaky tournament for Pagulayan. He was one of a few players who won all of their first 4 matches, but then things went off the boil a bit until round about the middle of Thursday, when he started winning again, and once he did that, he won 4 in a row. And his worst result of the first phase right at the end of it, losing 5-0 to Alex Ouschan, the only match in which he didn't register a rack. In fact, it was the only one in which he didn't win at least 3 racks.
Yeah, he's going to come a couple rails, I think, just for the bank on the 6. So speed control, pretty important. Oh, this shot doesn't really lay that well on the slick table. I'm surprised he tried to play this. I guess the 6 in the side is a shootable ball. Maybe something we overlooked. Thought he had to get for the 6 in the corner, but this overhead tells that this 6 in the middle definitely plays.
I think what we saw last year, the first time we played this format, the standard was obviously high from the start, but it got stronger and stronger as the tournament went on, and players got to a point they were so played in and in such a groove that the level of play we were seeing was absolutely phenomenal. And just a few signs today, I think, that that's starting to happen again. It's been a very high quality start to this match. A match in which Alex Pagulayan leads by 2 racks to 1.
Pagulayan wins the rack.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
And up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
We know that Sanjin Pelovanovic will lead the Premier League into the evening session on day 6, but who's going to be in second place behind him? It'll be the winner of this match. At the moment, it's Alex Pagulayan 2-1 in front, but Oy has the break in the 4th. Seem to get into this one a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we can be fooled a little bit. You know, maybe just sometimes the ball's open a lot better for one reason or another. But I could see a difference for sure. A little light with the cue ball. And not saying it's terrible, but when you have a safety like that, and the one thing I see Alvin do a lot, is you don't want to go for the devastating safety unless it lays there. But there, I think he could have spun him on the back of the 4, really kind of eliminating the jump shot, and he may not have snookered him at all.
Extension call.
Is he putting the 2 underneath the 7 maybe? Is he attacking? See where the cue ball's at, and that's where I kind of felt it may end up if he attacked, and that's why I kind of was curious that he went offensive, just because position I thought was a little tough. Especially the speed he played it. Not sure what Oy's so alarmed about. Doesn't have a shot offensively, at least not a great one, but has a good look at the 2. You could shave the 2, leave it on the rail, and bring the cue ball a couple rails behind the 9, using the 5 as well. Yeah, that's what I kind of felt like he would play. And did he overrun it here? Maybe giving up a sliver of the 2 ball. And if he has, he may have given up a bank cross side. This is the type you may jump the ball, even with the full cue. Looks like he's swerving it, trying to bank the ball in.
In the last match earlier today, we were talking about Oy's run to the US Open semi-finals about 18 months ago in Atlantic City. easy to forget now because it's so long ago, but he has been a world semi-finalist as well, all the way back in 2012. Beat some young chap from the north of England called Boys in the quarter-finals, and then lost to the eventual champion, Darren Appleton, in the semis. And he's had a really good world championship record the last few years. Got to the last 16 3 times in a row prior to his last 32 defeat this year. One of the few players to have been involved in this tournament in all 3 stagings now. He shone in the first year when it was known as the Championship League and was played under a different format. Won a really memorable Group 5 final, perhaps the best match of the whole tournament against Roberto Gomez. And so nearly made it through to the semi-finals because he was 5th on the final day and only lost out to Ouschan on Rack's countback. Ouschan went on to win the title. Wasn't so good last year when it became this format and was renamed the Premier League. Came in 4th bottom.
Making a nice out here to try and tie our score.
It's been a day of close finishes on the main table. All the signs at the moment are that we're going to have another one. It was 1-1. Now it's 2-2. I was asking Alex the other day, Alex Lely, how he feels he would have fared in a format like this, and he says he wouldn't have liked it at all because it would prompt him to do too much overthinking, which he reckons has been a big factor for him through his career. But what about you, JJ? When you were in your prime, would you have liked to have played in a tournament of this format?
Yeah, absolutely. The new format of the rules and the tighter pockets, period, I love that. But yeah, I liked it. I was kind of a consistent kind of player. Didn't fall too far below my game, you know. Wasn't the highlight reel all the time, to be fair, but yeah, I would have loved to get to play, you know, 14, 15 matches to start and
scores a tie.
Try and see how you fare. And you can get into yourself a lot here. You know, you can get fooled into these races to 5 and think of pressure and maybe nerves to start, whatever you want to call it. But if you think about just getting into what you're doing, I think there's a lot of benefit to these players. I wonder what Alex meant by overthinking it. I guess maybe he was thinking away from the table, maybe thinking, oh, I got to do this to win this. This guy's got to win by so many games and so on for me to advance. That's the only thing I could just really kind of put my finger on when he makes a statement like that.
Well, the way he put it, I may not be getting it word for word here, was my best strength as a player is that I think a lot. And my biggest weakness as a player is that I think a lot. So we know from listening to him and talking to him that he is someone who clearly gives a great deal of thought to the game, but it's just interesting getting his perspective on how he feels he would have fared in this unique format, and likewise to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, and I guess rethinking it, maybe he's thinking of so many matches that he would expend too much energy, you know, between the years during each match. But to me, I mean, I don't know. I'm used to playing a couple races to 9 or 11 at the pro tournaments a day, something like that. There's some that you just play one match, and there's some you play even more than 2. So alternate break races to 5, even at 5 matches in a day, doesn't seem too punishing. And I was someone that used my brain a lot as well, but it kind of got me in a little bit of a trance doing so, meaning I just kind of forgot the situation and just got very involved from one shot to the next. Oh, beautiful hit. And he put the speed on it, trying to get some separation. The thing that, another thing that maybe goes with what Alex was saying, that I've kind of learned since not playing as much, but helping players, and when I did play, I think it helped me some as well, is understanding the flow of the stroke is much more important than perfect position all the time. And the game's a lot about recovery anyways. So I really like a player that really stays very good on the physical side of things. Of course, you don't want to be lazy playing position and getting through the rack, but someone that's willing to overcome a little bit of imperfection, I think, is very important in this game.
And in life generally.
Yeah, there you go, Michael. Big shot here at 2 apiece. Interested to see how he plays this with the 6 being a little covered up. He could kind of force it a little bit, it looks like. Doubtful he draws straight out. Probably top with a little left side. Coming 2 rails inside the 8 and the side rail. So now he's going to have to come with a big shot here. If he can go with a high ball, it's not too bad, but if he has to draw it, the 8's a really big ball coming across. I don't know if he got there. Maybe just. That's the other thing that I noticed about Oy, which I saw a little different than a year or 2 ago, is not only playing faster, but a little more body movement than I'm used to seeing from him. And not all the time, of course, but. Thin one here, Michael. Kind of right on the fence. Can he slow roll it and hold, or does he have to go all the way back up table? And maybe back into position where he's at now.
And a theme of missed 6 balls towards the latter part of this session. We saw a couple from Woodward in his back-to-back matches. One could be very significant in the context of this match. Oy had the chance to lead for the first time.
Yeah, and I believe would have been breaking
in the
game
next
number
rack.
6. Yeah.
Well, this was the first of Pagulayan's 3 breaking racks in this match that he didn't run out from it, but he's won it anyway. He's won ahead for the 3rd time at 3-2.
Alex Pagulayan wins the rack.
Just looking at Naoki Oy and his record in the very biggest events last year, we talked about how he keeps getting to the latter stages of the World Championship. He was last 16 in that in 2022, last 16 of the UK Open as well. Had a decent run at the US Open, and as I said, last 32 of the World Championship this year. Now, I never believe in that thing that if you keep knocking on the door, it will open eventually. But if he keeps putting himself in the later rounds of tournaments, the percentage chance that it's all going to fall for him one week and he will win one of them, it's just got to be getting higher and higher if he keeps doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether, you know, he gets to that stage, whether it be final 32, 16, whatever number you want to pick out, that, you know, he just plays exceptional from there and just kind of takes over the tournament.
Great.
Or maybe gets a little fortune from his opponent at times to get past some matches. One way or another, if you keep doing it, you kind of feel like it's going to happen.
Yeah, he doesn't tend to go down to surprise defeats It tends to be only the very best players that beat him. We were talking about it yesterday. Even Ouschan has that tendency to just suddenly get a really surprising defeat. We saw obviously the 9-0 against Robbie Capito at the UK Open in London, but Oy doesn't seem to do that. If you expect him to win against a lesser known opponent, it nearly always seems to happen.
Yeah, he doesn't really vary his game much, right? Going for a big shot here. A lot of movement again, though, on the body. And not saying he was always a statue, right, when he played before, but I see a bit more often now than I ever saw from him prior years.
Well, it's about 3 or 4 times at least we've seen it across these 2 matches that he's played back-to-back. Can't afford to keep doing that.
Alex can put himself in a great position. I think the 2 may squeeze by him, but it's so tight. He's so far away from it, and he has to put a draw stroke to get back for the 3. There's a few shots here. The cross corner bank with the big pocket with the 8 there. It's a possibility. It looks like he's going to attack going by the 6. Oh, really nice. I think probably the most pure stroke I've seen Alex put on a ball the entire week. Really effortless drawback on the cue ball.
It's been a long time since we had to raise the question of whether Alex Pagulayan was going to win one of the game's standout titles. He won the 2 biggest in back-to-back years in the mid-2000s, World Champion 2004, US Open 2005, so he's in that very exclusive club of players who've won both of them. 10. You were effectively 1 match away from being in that club, Jeremy.
Yeah. 1999, actually finished 2nd in the US Open that year as well. Kind of crazy.
You went on to win that 4 years later. You think I've been talking a lot over the last few months about the fact that this year's US Open will be the 20th anniversary of you winning it. Just see how much I'm going to be talking about it when we actually get to Atlantic City in September.
Yeah, 20 years, this seems to be a special anniversary for things, and never know. Might bring the cues to good old AC. Everything Matchroom's done. I mean, the US Open's something special. I want to play in all these events, to be honest, but that's just a pool player in me. Nick Varner, I saw him at the Derby City Classic. We did a little commentary together, which is always special.
Well, he was your opponent in that World Final in '99, wasn't
and my roommate, by the way.
Yeah.
So, but he played very late, you know, into almost 60 years old, I think. And he asked me why I'm not playing at such a young age, which 51 doesn't feel that bad, but it was something to think about hearing it from the Kentucky Colonel.
Well, there wasn't much missed early on in the match, but in the last 2 racks, Naoki Oy has missed a 6, he's missed a 2, and it's cost him both of them. And that's why Alex Pagulayan will be breaking on the hill in just a moment.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. An immovable object. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament. The majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this
couple of expensive misses for Naoyuki Oi in the last couple of racks. Alex Pagulayan has ended up winning them both.
Rack 7.
So 4-2 in front.
Break.
He needs to win one of the 3 remaining racks to climb to second in the table.
Well, the cue ball did survive in this lower left-hand corner. It's a very difficult play on the 2, but does have a look. He's got a few options here with the 8 and the 5 there. He could come off the left side of the 2, kind of going up table between the 6 and 9. Trying to get a snooker that way without worrying about maybe giving up a shot. Now he's elevating the cue, so that means he's not edging off the left side. I don't think the bank sits that great, even though the 7 is a little bit of a helper if you're off coming across with the blue 2.
Extension call.
Okay, he's leveled the cue out now. So maybe, like I said, maybe playing the 2 across, maybe edging it. That looked like the shot to me. Again, with so much cover there with the 5 and the 8, just in case you didn't get the full snooker, I think that's the right play. Which it's very few and far between that Alex Pagulayan doesn't pick out one of the higher percentage shots.
Been around so long at the highest level.
Extension
experience and his knowledge always come out.
Yeah, now I think the jump cue is correct. Where's he going to play the 2 for some type of safety? Maybe a long rail bank. Maybe he flukes it in the side off the 7. Good effort. I mean, he's going to make Alex come with one. And this type of shot was the difference in Alex's prime versus what we've seen the last few years. Now he's had a heck of a 2023, but these types he used to come with at a very, very high rate. And that's not going to sit well with Alex. Especially because he kind of shot it in a cinched kind of manner, not putting a ton of speed on the cue ball.
Suddenly the whole complexion of the match changes because he has a chance here to get back to only 1 behind and then breaking in the next rack. Already had one hill finish this afternoon, beating Skylar Woodward. And there we got a very good look at it, didn't we? Seemed to be a lot of body movement.
Yeah, and he's always had a little bit of a quick tempo. So when your technique is on the quicker side of things, it does promote a little bit more body movement, especially if the nerves are going. And I think also the way you walk around the table has a huge part to do with it. When you're speedy around the table, I think it picks up the tempo anyways. Used to talk to Billy Thorpe about that a lot.
Billy, the American Moscone Cup player who played in this tournament when it was the Championship League year before last. And Naoki Oi still hanging on here. He trails now 4-3. As I said, he'll have the break in the next rack. He's one of those players we associate a lot with the World Cup of Pool because he's pretty much a fixture in the Japan team, Naoki Oi. He's played in it 8 times. He's been in the semi-finals on a couple of occasions and was within a rack of getting there again the year before last. And the World Cup of Pool, which will be coming up again in the summer, it's a fantastic showcase for just how international this sport is. The fact you can put up 32 teams and they're all pretty strong. You saw Slovakia, who were just about the weakest team in the event on paper, got to the semi-finals. It really underlines how global the sport has become.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that'll continue to grow as much as Matchroom wants it to grow. And surprising to me, though, that Japan, you know, back when I played, they had several really good players. And prior to me coming in, they had several great players. And I'm surprised they hadn't really produced more of those, you know, with Oi such a popular figure in the game. All right. Oh, awful kiss from the 7 there, and he's going to get pinned, I think. He may have an edge. 3's near the side, so he may let her fly a little bit here. And I think if he makes it, he may go between the 6-9. If he misses it, maybe a little 9-ball action. He went around it on the slick table, kind of hugged off of that hit. He's begging for this to slow down a bit. I don't think he can afford to take this in the side. Maybe. I think he's got to take it in the corner and dig on the cue ball a bit. And no matter what lead you take in these matches, seems like one mistake can draw you level quickly.
Well, particularly with the alternate break. Depending on how the breaking falls, if you're in a position where your mistake hands the rack away and then the other guy has the break in the next rack, the whole momentum, the whole context and narrative can change in a heartbeat.
Hit that a little thick to the pocket. I think he was trying to come for the side, so he's going to have to make a bit more of a shot in the corner. And it's the one thing I've seen with Oi this week on the lighter strokes. It's like the timing's been off a little bit. The speed control's been a little suspect at times. Big shot here. See you later.
Stroke.
I think that's what we'll be saying to Naoki Oi in a moment, because this looks to be over now.
Please start the clock.
Started the match with 3 breaking runs in a row. It looks as though they're going to be the only 3 we see.
Yeah, and on that replay, you could tell he caught the 6 a little on the long rail side of the pocket. He wanted to hit it more towards the center, which would have taken us on a different route of the cue ball. Unfortunate to bow out like that in this match, but
extension called.
He's in a good position, and he is going to win 1 out of his first 2.
Well, from Pagulayan's point of view, it's going to add up to a good session. He's had 3 matches in it. Lost to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, but either side of that wins over Alex Pagulayan by 5 racks to 2. And now against Naoki Oi, with a scoreline of 5-3, all means that Alex Pagulayan climbs to 2nd in the table going into the evening session on this Saturday in Leicester. So we've got, well, about an hour and 3/4 now before play resumes. And what a treat. We're going going to have to start the evening session. Shane Van Boening against Jason Shaw. And Van Boening is really going to need to start turning things on in that one. Bottom of the table of the 10 who've made it through to the weekend. Shaw, as you can see, currently occupying the last of the 6 qualifying places. Pagulayan then moves above Oy. They're level on 12 wins, but Pagulayan has the edge on Rack's difference. Pelovanovic, despite those 2 defeats today, still on top. And those top 3 followed by Sanchez Ruiz, Ouschan and Shaw, all on 11. Here's what's coming up on table 2 tonight. Pelovanovic looking to bounce back from his disappointing morning with 2 matches in a row against Ouschan and Ouschan. Ouschan will then be playing Skylar Woodward, and then Ouschan faces Pagulayan and Wu, and FSR will round things off for today on table 2 against Woodward. Our focus will be on table 1. Shane Van Boening starts it and he finishes it, and he'll also play FSR in between. Sanchez Ruiz will also play Wu Kunlin, and we'll have a couple of appearances from Jason Shaw. So much to look forward to then. As I say, it's about an hour and 3/4. Time enough to go off, get some dinner and rejoin us for the evening session on Saturday at the Premier League. Bye-bye for now.